Good evening. Chat. I really want to like Kickstarter. As somebody who has always wanted to be in on the ground floor of something big, Kickstarter has inspired me. It's made me believe that there are creative geniuses out there who are going to change the world. And investors might not believe in them. And Shark Tank or regular people or like nobody believes in them. But you can give them your money. And you can make their dreams come true. And you can change the world. You can be part of that. For like $5 plus shipping and handling on the final product. However, Kickstarter fucking sucks! Really, really, really bad! Really, 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 really bad! Really, really, really fucking bad! I hate Kickstarter, bro! I fucking hate Kickstarter! I want to love Kickstarter, but Kickstarter is fucking garbage! By every metric, Kickstarter is fucking garbage. I hate it. I hate the little indie projects that are on there. I hate the little fucking like, oh man, my game is really good, guys. You just gotta trust me. Yeah, I have nothing to show for it, but it's gonna be really good. You have no reason to believe me, but just believe me. I hate the people who go on there and they're like, what do you mean you're not gonna give me money to travel? What do you mean you're not gonna give me $5,000 so I can go on vacation somewhere? I really earned it. I really, really earned it. And I'll like take pictures of the places that I go. It's more of like a GoFundMe problem than a Kickstarter problem. But it's all garbage. It's all garbage. I hate vacation of supporting an idea. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I hate it when people post like I like Ita bags. And so I go online and I'm like, are there any cute new Ita bags anyone's made? And I get a link to a Kickstarter and it's like, oh, you can get the Kickstarter of the mushroom or the Ita bag. Fuck. The mushroom Ita bag. But you have to back $50. And there's no, like, clear, like, this is what the product's going to look like. And when there is, like, this is what the product is going to look like, it's like, well, then why didn't you just take pre-orders for the backpack? Why didn't you just take pre-orders for it? Why are you doing a Kickstarter? Why do I have to invest money into hopefully unlocking like different colors of the bag, right? So like maybe the default one is a red mushroom, but then if everybody spends $1,000, they'll release one that's of like a brown mushroom. It's like, this feels wrong. I don't know how to describe exactly how it is wrong. Maybe it's not wrong at all. Maybe I am put off by it for no fucking reason. But it feels like, I don't know. It feels like if you don't believe in your product enough to just open up some fucking pre-orders for it, why should I? Why should I? Why should I believe in it? There's a lot of like really good products on there, I think. Like people will sell like enamel pins and stuff. And it's like, oh, why didn't you just sell this without doing a Kickstarter? Why didn't you just do that? You know what I really hate? This one might ruffle some feathers. Or ruffle some feathers. But I really hate when people put like VTuber stuff on Kickstarter. And they're like, oh, well, if we hit $500, we'll release a pin of this other VTuber. And then if we hit $1,000, we'll release a pin of this other VTuber. And it's like, I cannot say with 100% certainty that you are grifting, but I firmly believe you are grifting. It feels exploitative. Background noise, thank you. You just gave the fish a great business idea. Very good, thank you. The Pippa Hoshi push cards look nice at least. I know pretty much nothing about the Oshi Push Kickstarter. I know I was in it, but I was also in a Kickstarter for something called the Baldo, so, you know, I don't think my word means much. Edwin, thank you. Kickstarter's like being in an abusive relationship. You can see a promising future till it gives you a black eye. Yep. Today I've got a Monster tea plus lemonade. Because I'm very, very tired. My ear feels clogged. My lungs feel gooey. I do not feel great. And no, it's not COVID. Super Bear, thank you. Hope this isn't a bad sign. The last YouTuber I liked that talked about Kickstarter scams, it didn't end well. Huh. I guess you could say it ended up just like Kickstarter crap. Rusty Dale, thank you. I'll take the exclusive super duper premier tier option with the bonus postcard, please. Also 24 months, yay. Oh, you know what else I hate about Kickstarter is where the top tier is like, you can fly out to meet us. Bro, I don't want to fucking meet you. Excuse me? Excuse me? What makes you think I want to spend $5,000 to go meet the guy who invented like a cooler that has a USB port in it? I don't want to fucking meet you. Are you insane? And then 99 times out of 100, you're going to have to pay for everything, right? It's like they don't cover the flight or accommodations. It's just you're spending $5,000 for the permission to meet these people. And it's like, bro, you know, if your product wasn't a fucking scam, I could probably meet you at like a tech conference or something. But okay. Jay Hank, thank you. Gabe, thank you. Let's go iDubbbz but a rabbit. Peace of man, thank you. Hi Pippa, do you have a favorite insect or flower? I'm schizoing out and need to confirm something. A favorite insect or flower? My favorite insect is the silk moth. And my favorite flower is the sunflower. 𝐒𝐎𝐍𝐲𝐿, thank you. Imagine paying money on the internet to not only have a pink rabbit notice you. Hell yeah. I think I just read that wrong. Migo says thank you. The high rewards are part of juicing the algorithm. Why a sunflower? I don't know. They stand really tall and they're really pretty. You know? Let's get on to looking at some dumbass fucking Kickstarter shit. Why is it not window capturing? Motherfucker. Capture. Capture the fucking window, motherfucker. Window capture. Window capture, please. You were just working. Why aren't you working now? Motherfucker. It's not working. There it is. We just shrink that down. I figured we could talk about a classic today. This isn't going to be the entire stream. And I'm not doing a deep dive. There's too much to talk about with this. Yeah, this one is low-hanging fruit. God, the music is loud for me. There we go. Probably the most infamous Kickstarter scam is not a fair word to say. How does me thinking you Kickstarter crap to Electric Boogaloo? I fell victim to that one. I thankfully never cared about Mega Man. Thankfully, I never cared about Mega Man. So, I'm all good. Jesse says thank you. Can't stand Kickstarter scams, at least they're not as bad as Etsy scams. Etsy is pretty bad. That's a topic for another day. Was it not a scam? Barely. Behold! Mighty Number 9. Classic Japanese side-scrolling action evolved and transformed by Keiji Inafune, an all-star team of veteran Mega Man devs, and you. Created by Concept USA. So, this is a Kickstarter that made almost $4 million. See that down there? $3,845,170. This was, I'd say, the Kickstarter that really inspired people to use Kickstarter. It really inspired people who like to overpromise and underdeliver. Now, $4 million, I don't even think that's all it made. Because there were 3 other Kickstarters after this. And we'll go into a little bit about 2 of those. But yeah, there's a lot going on with this one. So this this masterpiece of a game was made by a man who'd worked on a shit ton of other games. He had quite the extensive backlog. Like Mega Man 2, DuckTales, My Beloved, Mega Man 3, Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge, Mega Man 4, Mega Man 2 for Game Boy, Mega Man 5, Mega Man 3 for Game Boy, Mega Man 4 for Game Boy, wait, 6 for Game Boy, Mega Man 6, Mega Man X, Mega Man Soccer. Lot of Mega Man. Lot of fucking Mega Man. I didn't know there were this many Mega Man games. Shit ton of Mega Mans. He also worked on a Monster Hunter game, if I remember correctly. I don't see it in this list, but I'm pretty sure he did. Is it towards the bottom? No. He also worked on Hyperdimensia Neptunia MK2. Don't know which one that one is. Oh yeah, Monster Hunter Tri. He worked on Monster Hunter Tri. He worked on Street Fighter. He worked on Ace Attorney. Resident Evil. He's got quite the extensive history. Cybershrimp, thank you. The only scam part of this was there was no Vita/3DS version. Otherwise, it was just everyone just believing a sub-story pitch and dude, trust me vibes. I'd say there's a little bit more to it than that. I'd say there's a little bit more to it than that. Because yes, there was that issue, but let me continue. This game immediately had controversy. Immediately. There was this little thing going on at the time that turned what likely would have been a small controversy into a pretty massive controversy that brought even more eyes onto Mighty Number 9. And also, its first, like, real, how do you say, like, set of analytical eyes. Elysian, thank you. Did Capcom dump him for... Eh? I don't know. I don't know why he left Capcom, or if Capcom left him. I don't know. But basically, Mighty Number 9, while it was still in its early stages, realized that it needed somebody to manage its blossoming community. And so they hired someone named Dina. And Dina, people didn't like her. Dina got into hot water almost immediately for, we'll say, stretching the truth a little bit on some things. Like, like, for example, Dina said that she was going to be a designer on the game. Well, she didn't exactly say that, but she said that she was now a community manager and a and a designer at the same time, and she was so happy to design some robots, which led a lot of people to believe Dina was going to be working on Mighty Number 9 as a designer, because she kind of said that she was going to. All right. Now, people wouldn't have cared about this, but Dina created this fan art and made some interesting comments about how the female main character, or not main character, but the secondary character, her name was 𝐒𝐿, if I remember correctly. The secondary character was too feminine, and the game wasn't pandering enough to the very real demographic of women gamers. And so immediately, people were like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. So, people started questioning Dina's position as a game designer for the Mighty Number 9 project. And people go on to the forums for the game, and they start saying, like, can somebody, like, explain what's going on here? Is Dina really, like, part of the design team? Like, I have some concerns about this. And Dina bans them. Dina starts locking threads. She starts banning people. She goes on Twitter to justify why some people were getting banned. She's like, no, you don't understand. They're posting screenshots from the private backer forums on Twitter. And people are like, where? Oh, tweet deleted. Yeah, she went back and deleted those tweets. Yeah. So people were pretty upset. The people were pretty upset about the Dina situation, and eventually Dina did get removed, or maybe she left voluntarily. I'm not entirely certain. But she was quietly removed from the team. And oh man, her legacy would live on forever. If you ever see this art anywhere, it's got a story to it. This image is not posted fondly. It was demoted from community manager. Yeah. Another reason people really didn't like Dina is because one of the first tweets that she made about Mighty Number 9 was how she had never played a Mega Man game. However, she was excited to learn about it all and to get involved in the community. So, like, that's good, right? That's good. You know, she's new to this, but she's eager to learn. Oh? Well, what's that? She got the job because her boyfriend is working on the project. Oh, okay. Well, Mighty Number 9 flopped really hard. Mighty Number 9 went on to have 10 million more micro controversies. Things like creating more fundraisers, not just through Kickstarter, but through other websites. And then on those other websites, Fangamer, I think it was, they'd be like, well, you can upgrade your Kickstarter pledge for like $20 more to get like an alternate cover of a physical copy of the game. And people are like, what? What? You want more money for this? Why wasn't this just part of the regular Kickstarter? And then there was the other Kickstarters, and all in all, it really didn't amount to much. Mighty Number 9 kind of just became a shitty game nobody really cares about. And all of its massive promises were just quietly forgotten. Smugsack, thank you. Was CM abusing her power and attacking the community? They were really ahead of their time, yeah. They overspent on DoorDash, true. Pretty much just known as a failure, yeah. Viceroy, thank you. 2013 feels so quaint now. Didn't it get a TV show? I don't believe it did. I don't believe so. There was a, hold on. Mighty Number 9 TV show. They did a fundraiser for it. There's a pilot, yeah. There was this. Maybe you're thinking of this? It's cringe, by the way.
To be ruthless.
Hey Sam, thank you. Sup, Pips? Just finished working for 10 days straight. It was hard, but streams helped me get through it. Thank you, Pippa. Hell yeah. I'm glad you got through it, ACM.
Entertainment. But what if they tried to destroy us? As the world is ravaged, one robot will fight to save us.
The TV show was part of the plans, but they didn't do anything. If I remember correctly, it was not in the original Kickstarter. It was a second Kickstarter that they did for that. Apache, thank you. Used Kickstarter once and got a cool Nightwing hoodie. Still in great condition today. Hell yeah.
From extinction.
God, that thing's ugly.
I think there's been a mistake.
Yeah, in the art style adaptation. What the fuck happened here? It looks so ugly. Omega Zero, thank you. Not to mention the gameplay was different from the actual Mega Man games. You had to dash into enemies to kill them instead of just shooting them. Kumo, thank you. I remember an old friend showing me the trailer for Mighty Number 9 and telling me this is going to be so epic. I wish I could have warned him.
Really? Okay. Beck was... Beck was built to transform and annihilate his enemy.
This is worth $4 million right there.
Now he must become the hero in a deadly world.
You guys want to spend $4 million on this, don't you? The Highland Juggler, thank you. The core cause of all these game failures is the internet itself. Without physical media, there's never one chance for your product, and because of updates, project deadlines mean nothing. The internet itself is the issue.
Where everyone that tries to help is eradicated. Eradicated. He fights with intelligence. With courage.
Yeah, baited 70,000 people award. I'll put this one in the Oscars. Super Bear, thank you. The whole trailer was, doesn't our main character look super lame? Just why? No. You don't understand. They didn't just do a trailer where they were like, doesn't our main character look lame? They did an ad for the game where they're like, doesn't our audience suck? And then Sonic the Hedgehog roasted them! Oh my god. Hold on. Mighty Number 9. I think just trailer, right? This one. You're not ready for this. Roasted by Sonic, yeah.
Hey, you, looking at the screen. Let me ask you a question. Do you like awesome things that are awesome? Then you gotta play this game, dude. It's friggin' cool and crazy addictive, like popping bubble wrap addictive. Check this out. See, that's your dash move.
Doesn't look too bad with gameplay. Doesn't look too bad. You know what? The narration is a little bit corny, but wow, isn't it kind of like reminiscent of early 2000s video game marketing? Not too bad. Something going for a nostalgia vibe. But wait a minute.
There's a short dash, long dash, jump dash, spiral, slide. There's probably a dash that makes you breakfast. I don't know.
Great idea. Wait, what?
Point is, you're dashing around like a friggin' moon man, and I love it. Oh, and look at this. There's all these combo moves you
Like a what? Dashing around like a what?
can do then you can do combos on combos to rack up your score. And I know you like that combo on combo action. But I saved the best for last. Absorption boost. You kill an enemy, and you can absorb their power-ups. Stuff that'll make you faster and stronger, and make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Hey, who is the target demographic of this game again? Sorry, what was that about people who like anime?
You kill an enemy, and you can absorb their power-ups. Stuff that'll make you faster and stronger, and make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Hey, who are you marketing this game to?
So what do you think? You ready to play? I'm ready. No one's talking to you, Vernon. Mighty number 9.
What the fuck were they thinking? By the way, it got delayed like 3 times after this. Probably more than 3 times. It got delayed a fuck ton. I don't think this was ever. I don't know when exactly it came out, but they would be like, by the way, the game's coming out this month. And then a little bit before that month, they'd post on their fucking website, they'd be like, new update on how the game's going. And then like at the very bottom, they'd be like, by the way, guys, it's totally not our fault. It's totally not our fault. I just want to make that clear. It's not our fault. But, well, we're delaying the game by a couple months because, the game packaging isn't right, or whatever the fuck it was. They gave a fuck ton of excuses. They were like, well, the multiplayer's not working. Well, the packaging's not correct. Well, the demo won't fucking boot. And you're just sitting there like, aren't you getting paid to make this? Paradoxal Madness, thank you. It's a bold strategy, Con. Let's see if it pays off for him. No. It did not. It did not. This game sucks. Apparently. I haven't actually played it. 3DS pre-orders just got stopped 2 days ago. That's incredible. That is incredible. Oh, man. Do you think the people who were making this game hated their audience like the community manager? Oh, I guarantee it. I bet Inafune liked video games. I bet he liked Mega Man. I bet he liked otaku culture. I don't think he really cared about the Western audience, though. This is my personal speculation. I don't know everybody who was involved. But I'm gonna say Inafune probably didn't care about the Western audience. Just because that's usually how Japanese game developers are. They're like, well, we're making shit for Japan. And in this case, he saw an opportunity and he saw how much support was coming from Westerners. And he like leaned into it and hyped everything up and was like, what if we do an English dub? You guys want an English dub? Hey, Westerners, you want an English dub? Here's a bunch of other Westerners on the team to make it all run smoothly. Let's cultivate this. He loved the West too much? Really? He did care, but he chose very poorly? I'm surprised. I kind of don't believe it. I kind of want to say that it's more like he saw an opportunity. He's a Westaboo. Is he actually? Okay, well, you know what? I'm glad to hear that. However, the team making this sucked. And I don't believe for a minute that anybody other than him cared about the audience for this game. I wasn't in the trenches of this. Okay, I have never cared about Mega Man. I think it's interesting from afar, right? But I've never played a Mega Man game. I've never like engaged with any of the media. So I was watching this from afar, purely from a like, I like video games, I'm curious what's going on in the industry at the time type deal. And I don't think I ever once saw anything that even remotely resembled a gesture of goodwill from this fucking studio. I don't think I ever once saw like, oh, here's like a surprise gift for everybody. Here's like a makeup promise for like the delays of the game. Like here's like bonus stuff or whatever. You know, like I only ever saw them asking for more money. And then the meltdown stuff from their fucking community manager. I was there, Pippa, over 9,000 years ago. Arclight, thank you. Game developers just want to tell gamers what they want, which is working out really well for them. I feel like they've always wanted to do that. And it's just been like a slow decline. I don't think it's like some people are like, oh man, ever since this happened or ever since that happened, game developers don't care anymore. I feel like from the start, a lot of game developers have just fucking not cared about the people who actually play video games. And I don't think it's necessarily malicious. I just think it's like how a lot of creative types are, where they're like, I don't care what the people consuming the product want because I want to make what I want to make. And they can just fucking deal with it because my vision is better anyways. Benjamin Todd, thank you. Another scam to add to the Kickstarter list, and you remember the Ouya. Oh, fuck. I should have prepared stuff about the Ouya. I remember that one too. The Ouya, they were like, oh yeah, the Ouya, it can play everything just as good as all the other consoles that are out right now. And it's got like cloud service support. So if you want to play a game, but you don't own the game, you can like rent it. And you can play it on the cloud. And by the way, cloud service like fucking sucked at this time. The cloud service stuff at this time was terrible. It was so bad. Was Ouya the Google thing? I don't think it was Google. Cloud service still sucks? Makes sense. Yeah, Ouya was something. Wait, Stadia. Wait, oh, that was Stadia. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm confusing them. Oh, Stadia. That was Stadia. Oh, fuck. What was Ouya? Hold on. What the hell?
What if you could push a button and reset the entire video game industry?
Ouya is a new game console for the television.
More
and more people are moving away from the television. Anybody that wants to develop a game for television, there's a lot of hurdles for developers to get games onto the television.
Okay, I don't think I paid attention to this. I think I was distracted by the Stadia. What the hell are they going on about? What do you mean want to develop games for the television?
I love the television, and I want those games on the television. You have a relationship with the television and what's coming at you.
The project having successfully received $8.5 million of funding.
I don't think the majority of people are going to buy it.
When Topolsky asked Julie Ehrman,
is there a game that you feel like is going to be the game yet that brings this, and when people see it, they're like, oh, I'm going to spend the $99 because I have to
You
play
missed a great scam? What the fuck is the Ouya?
this game.
she looked off stage and she was like, what's the name of
I think I just lumped this in with the Stadia. Because I do remember the Ouya. Like people talking about it, but
the one that I was playing?
Stalagmite.
The company has also received an additional $15 million in venture capital funding.
What the fuck is Ouya? It was an Android gaming device for the TV. Oh, shit. Stadia was a disaster like Ouya? Okay, yeah, so what I'm confusing it for is something called the Stadia. And the Stadia, I guess, was by Google, and that sounds right. And it was a console that didn't do anything. It just cloud service fucking games. And like the selling point for it was literally like, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Oh man, if you own the Stadia, you don't have to worry about your game cases getting dusty and cluttering up your fucking shelves and stuff. The Stadia is a console that does it all, and all you have to do is buy a subscription service. And it's like, oh my god. Oh my god. And then I think if I remember correctly, this was a long time ago now, but if I remember correctly, the Stadia actually launched. And it was like, I think it was like $60 or something a fucking month. And there was like 4 games on there. Nothing run. Nothing worked. Nothing ran. It was garbage. Gazhog, thank you. Look up the Ouya trailer where the guy rips out his spine and blames the game industry? What? Diablo, thank you. Pippa, did you ever hear about the big drama with the Hive Swap Homestuck Kickstarter? And legal stuff with that? I have no idea what that is. Toa, thank you. Oh yeah, thanks. Steam Deck minus portability without a multi-billion-dollar company behind it. That didn't work.
Video games, but more and more people are moving away from the television. There's a lot of focus today on the mobile.
That was a real commercial. Okay, let's look at the Ouya first. Let's look at the Ouya
and web platform. It's easier to develop games for those platforms. The television costs a lot of money. You have to work with established players in the space, and I've been trying to figure out how do we get them back to it. Ouya is a new game console for the television that's built on Android, open source technology. It's an inexpensive game console for gamers.
This was 12 years ago. I feel like I feel like the vision was there. But what she should have invented was like Chromecast. She should have invented like Chromecast. So when you're playing games on your phone, you can like project it onto a TV screen really easily. But instead she was like, what if we make fucking Android games but for the television?
The games are free to try. Anybody that wants to develop a game for television, we allow them the ability to do this. I've been a part of the game industry for a really long time. In the early days of gaming, you could take your Apple IIe, write your own.
The vision was garbage? I don't think so. At least not with what I just said. I feel like parents would love to not have to buy more shit for their kids, right? So if you invented something where it's like you can just like display from your phone onto the TV and then maybe like treat the phone like a controller or whatever. And all of like everything that's being shown on the TV is just running on your phone or whatever. Like I feel like that would have worked. It's called a computer. It is called a computer. T-dubs, thank you. Only good thing that came from the Ouya was Amazing Frog.
Programming and take your game to market.
Why not just play on the phone then? Because the idea is you have a big screen.
The console business as it is today is completely closed.
Like a Switch dock before a phone, yeah.
Independent developer.
The process overhead for console development is really just too much for us.
There's a lot of hurdles for developers to get games onto the television. Developing is extremely expensive.
What does she mean, get games onto the television?
I love the television, and I want those games on the television.
What the fuck is she saying?
We wanted to make a great product. I went out to find the best people that can do it, and that's 𝐒𝐴𝐿 and the Fuse project.
Over the years, we've worked on a lot of projects that take a certain technology and make it available to
many.
I mean, the $100 laptop is one, and the Jambox, for example.
Chat. I chose the wrong way to rewind this. Chat, this was a scam. This was a scam. If you don't know, this was invented for poor kids in Africa. Poor kids in Africa got a hold of this thing, and they were like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? And like fucking millionaire investors were like, this is going to make Africa great. What do you mean? And people of Africa were like, we don't want this. We don't want this. This doesn't help us. Like we can't do anything with this. This isn't going to like revolutionize our culture or anything. Like, we need more sustainable access to like food and clean water. What am I supposed to do with this? And then then like it started getting used as like a fucking like plate and shit by a lot of people. It's so the fucking like millionaire tech bros are so out of touch with reality. Paper Guy, thank you. Hey Pippa, sorry to sound like a broken record, but again, thank you for being your incredible self and making our days better with you being here. Thank you. Dr. Binksy, thank you. She means games added to the software of smart TVs. We were just at the beginning. Oh, they were just beginning to be a thing back then and were expected to be huge. I know there was Minecraft for the Apple TV. But, I'm glad games on the television never really popped off. It feels like, it feels deranged.
Jambox, for example, we like to use all the different parts of design, you know, fuse them together, whether it's industrial design or user experience.
The most important part of this
It's still games on the television is just a hooked up console. It literally is. I'm wrong, Leo. I beta tested Stadia back in college. It was fantastic as an addition. I could pull up a quick game when I was in study hall, but marketing it as a competitor to consoles was a fucking mistake. Oh. Was it that easy to like plug and play with? Yeah, thank you. My favorite picture is a dude teaching people MS Word by drawing it on a whiteboard because they don't have computers. What? What? What is the context for that? What? That guy, thank you, still doesn't hold a candle to 𝐒𝐿𝐤𝐽. Okay, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, 𝐒𝐿𝐤𝐽 was like one of those like Game Boy or NES emulators that was like mass imported off of fucking AliExpress, and they just put Soulja Boy's name on it. Dr. Schnitzel himself, thank you. The Ouya is where the Celeste developers made their start with Towerfall. Huh. It was? Exactly. Oh, I'm gonna fucking memory like an elephant.
Controller.
We really focus a lot on what gamers are looking for. Precise controls, tactility, right sizing. What makes Ouya different and gives it the potential.
Alright, thank you. I remember the issue with the Stadia was that it would overheat and break chrome gas. Oh my god.
Potential of changing the gaming environment is you're able to build things right from the start. You don't have to pay outrageous amounts of money for a dev kit. You don't have to have a lot of credentials, just good ideas.
The more we have something like this,
too bad they didn't have a good idea. Would have saved their thing.
this open console that can break that, it's going to open it up for a new business segment for
Mixed feelings about Towerfall. I've never even heard of Towerfall.
Android-based, we have a great 3D
controller was horrible.
It's on Android already. That would be really fun to see.
Ouya controller. Let's see.
Hello everyone. 10 years ago,
It looks like there's no place for your fingers to rest. Like, the thing about controllers is usually they have, like, these side parts jutting out. So you can, like, wrap your hands around them. But on this, it's just a square.
Ouya console was released, and it was a total failure. Its promise was to be an Android console that would work in
Looks
your
like a bootleg,
TV.
it does.
And one of the main reasons for its demise was the controller itself.
Ergonomics are important? They are. They very much are.
The curves
Yeah, look, there's nowhere to
very
rest your
smooth,
fucking
and your
hands.
hand fits in perfectly.
What? I don't think it looks comfortable. I think this guy is crazy. I think this guy is fucking crazy. Thank you. I'm pretty sure Raspberry Pi was already a thing when this came out. Who is this for? Why did it get 8 million? Oh, he's being sarcastic?
The grips are very bulky,
so
and this is very
funky.
comfortable if you have big or medium-sized hands. Your index fingers will be sitting in the middle of the triggers and shoulder buttons.
Oh my god.
The face buttons
It's a fucking clunky ass square.
feels cheap.
Ex-legendary, thank you. Pip, I just want to say thank you again. Months ago when I asked you to yell, "Fuck you, voila!" And it's still used in the Discord to this day. Hell yeah. Is he being ironic? I don't know.
And you can tell that by the noise.
Yeah, it sounds cheap. This is so fucking funny. Mega Dozeki looks like a silver and black brick. This is...
The travel distance is too big and they wobble a lot around the shell.
That's garbage. That's garbage. Hold on. Soldier. Oh fuck. What was it called? Soldier console. Whatever the fuck it was called. Soldier. Fuck. Soldier game. This thing. Whatever the hell it was called. Soldier game. The best is thank you. Am I crazy? Doesn't look similar to Switch Joy-Cons on the controller handle. It kind of does.
The year is 2018.
Which, by the way, Joy-Cons suck. Can I make something 100% clear? I hate Joy-Cons. Joy-Cons are one of the most uncomfortable controllers I have ever used in my entire life. It's like they looked at the Wiimote and they were like, oh, this, you know what? This works, surprisingly. What if we make it not work? What if we make it really, really bad, actually? You know what? What if we make it so when you hold it sideways, you don't know if you're actually pressing the buttons that you need to press on the top. Because it slots in. So we'll add like little buttons there that you need for some stuff that just don't fucking work, really. How about that? How about that? Yeah, what if oh yeah, also what if they broke really easily? What if you needed to replace your Joy-Cons after like 3 months of hard use? Because the fucking stick on it will just decide to drift like a motherfucker and it ruins 9 out of 10 games that you'll play.
This absolute bombshell on Twitter. He's about to enter the console gaming market with this, the Soldier game. The collective clench of console CEO Anus.
My joystick died quick. Mine died so fast that it made me not want to play the Switch anymore. Because when I first got the Switch, I got it right before Breath of the Wild came out. Because there were so many fucking scalpers. So it was like impossible to get my hands on one. So when I did get my hands on one, I was like, wow, there's no games on this. Why did I want this? So I didn't do anything with it for a while. And then Splatoon 2 came out and I was like, oh fuck yeah, finally. And I played the fuck out of Splatoon 2. I played the fuck out of Splatoon 2. I was like, oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. So after playing it like actively for a couple months, the Joy-Con, what's it called? The fucking like the joystick thing starts drifting a little bit, and I'm like, huh? Well, this isn't like too noticeable. This is fine. This is fine. And like I'm just thinking like it's a little bit of dust or something. I didn't know about like Joy-Con drift at this time. So I'm like, huh, well this is like a little bit clunky, but like I can barely notice it. I mostly use motion controls anyway, so I can like barely notice it. And then it immediately gets unbearable. Like not even like a week later, if I tilt up on the other joystick so that my character in Splatoon 2 walks, the character just starts doing circles because the camera is automatically moving to the right. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, now this is completely unplayable. And for some reason, using like I guess it's not for no reason or anything, but the camera control option on the other stick like will override your motion controls. So I'll be trying to play the game with the motion controls and everything, And the camera just keeps fucking tilting. And I'm like, I can't play this. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll pick up a new set of Joy-Cons, I guess. Or no, actually at this time I was like, okay, well, I'll pick up a new Joy-Con. I'll pick up one to replace this one. You can't just buy one new Joy-Con. That's not a thing. You have to buy a set of new Joy-Cons. You fucking idiot. You fucking fool. And not only do you have to buy 2 new Joy-Cons, but they're also 60-something fucking dollars. The price of a new game. And I'm sitting here like, Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? They're $80? Okay, I haven't realized that. They're $70, $90. Okay, I'm getting really mixed prices. But anyways, the point is I remember them being the price of a new game. So I'm like, okay, well, this is fucking insane. I'll just buy one of these official Nintendo controllers that are not the pro controller, because that's like $80 fucking as well. I'll just buy one of the cheaper ones that are like $20. What's that? What's that? The official Nintendo controllers don't have motion control? Wow! And eventually they're gonna drift as well! Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck was the Switch thinking? What were they fucking thinking? What do you mean I have to spend $70 or however the fuck expensive they are for a new set of Joy-Cons? I can't just buy one fucking Joy-Con? I can't just buy one fucking Joy-Con? I have to buy 2 of them? And your cheaper, like, replacement controllers don't have motion control? Why are you even selling them? Why are you selling these controllers that don't have the full functionality of a regular controller? Are you insane? What the fuck were they thinking? It's like selling a Wiimote that doesn't have the sensor on it. What the fuck am I gonna do with this? Hello? They planned this. They absolutely planned it, bro. They absolutely fucking planned it. I felt so scammed. Here's my hot take. Here's my hot take. I think Pokemon Sword and Shield, when that dropped, I don't think it was just how bad the game was that made people not like it. I think part of it was people were so burnt out by that point of the Switch's general shittiness that it affected their perception of the game. I genuinely believe that if the Switch wasn't such a dog shit console, that it would have been a little bit more excusable for Sword and Shield to be as bad as it was. Room temperature take? Actually true. Okay, I'm glad, because I've never seen anybody else have that theory, but I've been like sitting on this of like, huh. You know, like Sword and Shield was bad, right? But like, the Switch had not had any major W's since Breath of the Wild, from what I remember. Maybe I'm completely off base here, but it's like it had not had like any big W's as a console. Most people by that point were like, "Oh, my fucking controller is broken, and I have to pay a lot of money to get a new one." Mario Odyssey, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Mario Odyssey was good. People really liked Mario Odyssey. Xenoblade 2 and 3? Corporate thank you. It was Mario Kart. Smash. I don't think these were major W's as a console. Those were just new games that came out that were good. Zavala player. I actually remember more people being disappointed with the Mario Kart release because it didn't play as well as the Wii version with the motion controls. Like, a lot of people really liked the motion controls on the Wii for Mario Kart. So when the new Mario Kart came out, people were like kind of disappointed by that. Like, people still liked that game, but people were sad about the lack of motion controls like that. But it sold 50 million copies. I'm not saying people hated the new Mario Kart. I'm saying people were sad about the loss of a great feature. People play motion controls. Yeah, a lot of people liked the motion controls of the Mario Kart Wii. I feel like Breath of the Wild was like a W for the Switch in the sense that like people looked at that and they're like, oh, wow. The Switch actually can have large, like massively open world games with beautiful graphics and far off rendering, and wow, like this is like, wow, the console can do a lot. And Mario Odyssey was like really crisp, and like people liked the sound effects coming out of like the controller and shit, and it was like a very magical experience. I don't think people really had that with Mario Kart. Are you hallucinating? No. Here, thank you. Wait, were you getting beat online by people who spammed I'm using tilt controls in the lobby? I didn't play the Mario Kart game until I became a streamer. I didn't care about it. Ain't nothing ever beating Wii Sports. That was another thing. That was another similar situation where people were like, oh, this isn't as good as the original. Or, well, I mean, the Mario Kart Wii is not the original, but people really liked Wii Sports and people were hankering for another Wii Sports. And then they came out with, oh fuck, what's it called? What's the Wii Sports bootleg? Switch Sports. People didn't like Switch Sports as much because it didn't play as nicely as Wii Sports. Switch Sports, it didn't have like that same oomph to it. Didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, Ring Fit, people were all over Ring Fit. That one was like a wow. Like here is what the Switch can do. I think that one was before Switch Sports, and people were like, wow. Think of like all the possibilities. This is so cool. And then people like actually played Ring Fit Adventure and they were like, oh. Well, it's still a cool idea. Wow, this is such a cool idea. I wonder what else people will make. Spoiler alert. No one ever made anything like that ever again. $200 plus for Ring Fit? Yeah. Ring Fit was very fun. I remember people really enjoying it at first. And then people getting really disappointed that that was the entire game. Did Ring Fit really help people get fit? I don't think so. Pippa's base status needs to be revoked. For what? Pippa should play Ring Fit so we can get some good clips. They enjoyed the novelty. Yeah, they enjoyed the novelty of it. I agree. But it was really expensive. It was really hard to get your hands on. So that hype of like, oh man, I finally get to play Ring Fit. Nintendo Bros get defensive. They do. I'm noticing Nintendo Bros get really, really defensive. Nintendo Labo. Oh, that's another one where people were like, oh, yeah, this is, oh no, never mind. Fuck. Damn it. Well, Nintendo will get a W soon. Don't worry. Nintendo will get a W soon. Do you guys remember the Nintendo Labo? Nintendo Labo. Misha, thank you. Played the old Cabela's hunting games on the Wii with my dad. They were busted. Oh, those were so fun. The what? So this is like very early days of Switch, and people were like, wow. They're adding like, they're getting creative with the Switch. They're doing things that are like outside the box. Literally. Yeah, bro, cardboard. Nintendo fans will defend this. Wow, this looks so cool. Wow. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Well, spoiler warning, you can't do this. Yeah, marketing magic. They sold these motherfuckers cardboard. $15, you act like you never got a present as a kid, like the box better. Get off your high horse and put on the cardboard! Oh, God. It's full of lies. Next Angela's like, you Googled it at first with Google Cardboard. Wasn't Google Cardboard an April Fool's Day prank? Sleepy, thank you. Nintendo consoles low-key suck. No way I'm buying a whole console for only a couple good games. It was real? Google Cardboard was real? Oh my god. I love buying a handheld console so I can hold it in my hand. Actually, just kidding. I love building cardboard so I never have to play my console. I'm wrong, thank you. A lot of Switch's strengths come down to people actually buying it. Unlike the Wii U, Switch's games catalog was basically like a redo of the Wii U's. Never did get our Twilight Princess remake though. Did we? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think there was ever a Twilight Princess re-release for the Switch. We did. For the Wii U. Yeah. So, it was on Wii U. Not on Switch. The discussion here was the Switch was like a redo of the Wii U's catalog. But we got Twilight Princess only on the Wii U. We never got it back on the Switch. Or not, like, whatever. Thank you. Google Cardboard was basically a DIY VR headset that you put your phone inside. Ew. Yeah, thank you. Nintendo Labo, more like Nintendo Low Blow. Purely safe, thank you. Some of these kits took an hour plus to assemble. Ballcraft, thank you. We spent the budget on marketing, true. Twilight Princess was an OG Wii. Actually, it was on the GameCube before it was on the Wii. Actually? It pushes up glasses. Yeah, this was dumb. This is dumb. This was fucking garbage. This was fucking garbage. The GameCube was the last good console? Are you insane? The Highland of you. At least the memes we got out of mocking the Labo were gold. We had more fun than the parents who suffered trying to build this stuff for the kids. Yeah, this is sad. Perfect King, thank you. Nintendo was better when they made a bunch of playing cards. John in English, thank you. I came onto the Switch late, bought the OLED Tears of the Kingdom one after the Zeldas and Xenoblade 1, 2, 3. It's pretty much been collecting dust. I like the Switch when I want to play minigames. I don't like the Switch for pretty much anything else. The Switch is great for like, oh, what's a game that can hold like 1 to 4 people and only takes like 30 minutes tops? Perfect. Genevieve, thank you. I only remember the Lambo from the Swordjack memes. The 51 Clubhouse games was good. Yeah, that's like a perfect example of that. They released Overwatch on the Switch, and that was surprisingly decent. I really enjoyed Overwatch on the Switch. I was like, wow, this worked surprisingly well. Nice. And they killed that, of course, with Overwatch 2. I remember trying to play Paladins on the Switch, and that shit didn't even work. Count 7, thank you. The robot suit would certainly appeal to 8-year-old me, to be honest, but I probably would have broken it quickly. Imagine playing Overwatch. My Switch is literally a Pokemon machine, absolutely worth every penny. I don't think I've enjoyed any of the Pokemon games, really. I'm trying to think. I think the Pokemon game that I've enjoyed on the Switch most is through the emulator thing that like lets you play old games, and I played Pokemon Snap, and I was like, nice! This is fun. Legends Arceus? Not even Pokemon Arceus? No, not really. Because I got baited. I got baited with Legends Arceus. Unite? Oh, you're right. I really loved Unite when that came out. And then my Switch stopped running it, so I feel like that would kind of neutralizes itself because I really enjoyed playing Unite, but then after like a month, my Switch couldn't play it anymore because I'm an idiot that had a new, like the old version of the Switch, the like OG model. So that sucks. How did you get baited with Legends Arceus? I got baited because I saw these features being advertised, like the ability to like have a farm, and that it was like a it was like a real open world adventure. And then I booted up, and it's like, first of all, the farm thing is just like a little background thing that doesn't really get you any benefit, and you don't like actually get to like farm at all. Which I'm not going into a Pokemon game expecting like Stardew Valley or whatever, right? So I'm not upset about that. You know, like I'm kind of let down, but yeah, it did have a farm, quote unquote, but it's kind of like even worse than apricot farming. Which actually I would have enjoyed because I enjoyed apricot farming in the other games. But anyways, whatever. So then I'm like, okay, well, wow, you know, like this starter town is like pretty run down. Like maybe we can like build it up or go to other towns, or like maybe we can turn some of these like shops into like bigger shops and like maybe get some new NPCs in here, and that'll be like a, like when they say grow your town, like maybe it'll be like a real town building aspect. Oh, nope, never mind. No, when they said grow your town, they meant like in the story, like people grow as like people, I guess. And like the shops get new items sometimes. And there's no other cities or anything. You're stuck in this one town. So, enjoy. The open world aspect. Kind of using the word open world a little bit loosely here. But like I'll be generous. I'll be generous. You know, like you can run around and like sure you're locked into these specific areas and you do have to like go through like a cutscene to get back to the main town to be able to go to the next town. But you know, it like, or not next town, but like next area. But like I mean, the areas are really big for a Pokemon game. It's boring. It's fucking boring. This isn't what I was sold. This is great for a Pokemon game, I guess, but it's not what you guys said it was going to be. Legends Arceus is just nutless Palworld. It really is like a really bad version of Palworld. I was let down by it. I'm a fan of Pokemon, so I followed all of the marketing for it, and I was like, wow, you know, like they're really going to step up their game here. They realized how bad Sword and Shield was, and they're going to fix it. Nobody said it was a farm sim. I didn't say it was a farm sim. I didn't say it was advertised as a farm. They said you can have a farm. Okay? So I very foolishly expected there to be like, at the bare minimum, like apricot farming. Because that was already something that had been in the games. But no, it was a bunch of really half-baked features, a storyline I didn't care about at all, a bunch of NPCs who the only draw to them was that they were like the ancestors of like the current day characters. So it's like, oh, that's so-and-so. Oh, that's so-and-so. It was a letdown. I felt tricked. I guess if you didn't really care about Pokemon seriously and you were like, oh, nice, this is better than Sword and Shield, I'm sure you had all of your expectations met and you had a great time playing it. But for me, I've always been really into Pokemon. So to follow the marketing and to hear these promises and then to see the game, it's like, oh. Oh. I see. Well, you guys did do better than last time, but that bar is kind of in the dirt. I don't bother to give. It's kind of bad when the most notable thing about Pokemon lately was the leaks. True. Very true. Like, people get defensive about this, but it's like, look at how well Palworld did. If people, like, maybe this is like narcissistic, right? But like, if people didn't agree with me, Palworld wouldn't have done so well. If people had felt truly satisfied by the other Pokemon games, Palworld wouldn't have popped off so much. I bought Joy-Cons again, bought Sword, bought Arceus, bought Labo, bought the new model. Phobia, thank you. Big L bought Arceus Pippa, but I agree, Palworld is better. People want good games. Yeah, people want good games. I don't think Legends of Arceus is a really good game. I think it's good for a Pokemon game. And I still remember when Pokemon was just good games. So I look back at that and I'm like, when are we gonna get another just good game? Not good for Pokemon, but just a good game. Background noise, thank you. Nintendo working hard to kill Palworld, though. Yep. Pokemon got lazy. They got really lazy. They got really, really lazy. Ah! Pippa hit him with a back in my day. Palworld fans only complain about Pokemon? I'm a fan of Palworld, and I love Pokemon. I'm just disappointed with where it's at right now. Chandler makes video, thank you. When are we getting another mystery dungeon? Mystery dungeon? I liked Blue Rescue Team and Red Rescue Team, and I liked Explorers of Darkness, and I forget what the other one was called. But honestly, after that, I thought the newer ones sucked. I feel like fucking there was one that came out that was like it was on the 3DS. That shit was bad. I really didn't like that one. And then they released another one for Switch, and maybe it was good. Maybe that one was good. I couldn't really like get into it though. Like I played the demo and I was like, it's not really capturing the magic for me. Pokemon is insanely carried by nostalgia. Playing the good old games I didn't play as a kid. As an adult, was exceedingly disappointed. Have you played Black and White? Black and White 2? Also, X and Y was really good. I know, that one's a bit of a hot take, but I feel like X and Y is kind of where the 3D games peaked, and then everything was just downhill after that. Welcome, thank you. Classic Tortoise in the Hair in gaming happening. D Rockwell, thank you. Rip Pippa's Pokemon Farm, F in the chat. Billy Best, thank you. I'm an original generation Red player. It was basic compared to most of the recent games, but it had soul. Oh, okay. People like X and Y. Okay. Oraz was awesome. I did not like Oraz. Some of the redesigns of the characters were great. But also, I felt like I was getting a bootleg product of the original. It didn't... I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I really enjoyed Ruby. So playing the new one, I was like, I feel like this is missing a lot of features. Quick Kitsu, thank you. Tired of new Pokemon? Am I the only one that wants to wander the grass and be surprised about what I run into? I don't want to see a Pokemon a mile away. I'd like for there to be grass in a Pokemon game in general without it destroying the console due to lag. I would, you know what? I would be really happy to have grass in a Pokemon game. I don't care if I can see the Pokemon or not. I just want to be able to, like, see the grass without it, like, crashing the fucking game. What happened to Kickstarter? We got side-railed. Joel Star, thank you. Or sidetracked. Glad I'm not the only one feeling disappointment in Pokemon, but can still love it, though. Give it up. Roadog, thank you. Have you tried the Monster Hunter Stories games? Those are better open-world Pokemon games. I have! I like them. I tried Monster Hunter Stories, too. And it's good. Rail tracked. Oh yeah, and Stadia. We need grass back in gaming. What about Heart Gold and Soul Silver? Those were peak, dude. Fun game, thank you. Recent Pokemon game I played is Pokemon Tournament. I never played Pokemon Tournament. Sidetracked. Yeah. Trains mentioned? I've been thinking about trains recently. Papakin showed me a video of an Alaskan train. I'm like, huh. That would be fun. It goes from Anchorage to Fairbanks. And it's pretty cool. Goodness gracious, you have to get the new phone because... You have got to get a new phone because I want new stories? What? Alaska has trains. Wow. Where were we? So this is... Wait. We need Pokemon BGM. Prospect, thank you. Did you get the Switch 2 with more power? Oh, do you hope that the Switch 2 with more power will let you... Fuck, I can't read today. Prospect, thank you. Do you hope that the Switch 2 with more power will let next Pokemon game be better? My brother in Christ, Breath of the Wild. I did not enjoy it. But it was like it was a good game, right? Like it didn't strike my fancy, but I could recognize it as a good game. Pokemon should be able to run and have a game like Breath of the Wild. Like, I don't think it's the Switch's fault that Pokemon sucks. I think Pokemon just sucks. Breath of the Wild was good, but Tears of the Kingdom sucked. Mamakin loves Breath of the Wild, and she like 100%ed Breath of the Wild, and she 100%ed Tears of the Kingdom. Me personally, I think that shit sucks. My favorite Legend of Zelda game is Twilight Princess. Space by thank you. I didn't like Breath of the Wild either, so there's two of us. Hell yeah. That was like a scandalous thing to say back in the day. I don't like Breath of the Wild. What do you mean you don't like Breath of the Wild? The most fucking amazing game ever. Didn't you watch E3? Don't you see everything that you can do with Breath of the Wild? Isn't it like fucking amazing? Look at how good the characters look. Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. Don't care. Feels empty. I don't like the durability system. Bored. Background noise, thank you. Before he went mad, Thunderfoot had a great series on exposing Kickstarter scams. I used to watch those. Anyways. So, my like brain is consumed by Pokemon now. Why'd you guys get me talking about Pokemon? Okay, so Red Ash, the Indelible Legend, is a franchise started up before Mighty No. 9 could even release. Inafune was like, you know what? What if we release another game? Mighty No. 9 is really cool, right? Right, guys? You like Mighty No. 9? What if you gave me another $3 million? Sounds like a good deal, am I right? People were like, no, this is not a good deal. Are you insane? Are you insane? What? Give us the game that we paid $3 million for, you fucking lunatic. So yeah, spoiler, Red Ash, did not reach the levels, reach the heights that Mighty No. 9 reached. So here's like a nice little summary that I found, because I know barely anything about Red Ash. My understanding of Red Ash, like, I did not watch this shit go down. I saw Mighty No. 9 and everything that was happening over there. But Red Ash, like, completely escaped my angry, hungry for more video game bullshit drama gaze. So their summary reads, any avid gamer has likely heard of Mighty No. 9, Mega Man co-creator Kenji Inafune's train wreck of a Kickstarter project that has been covered countless times, even on this subreddit. This is on r/hobbydrama. It's a classic tale of overambition guided by disastrous management and poor communication that hasn't been forgotten even half a decade since it was released, culminating in an ultimately disappointing title after years of fan backlash that ruined the creator's reputation overnight. And I wouldn't say overnight. I would say it was a slow burn of bad, terrible decision after bad, terrible decision. And one of the many, many infamous events surrounding Inafune's latest creation was the announcement of another technically failed Kickstarter while the game was still in development. Red Ash, the Indelible Legend, would vanish as suddenly as it appeared, and the game is, at best, remembered as one more nail in the coffin of its older sibling's casket with a release nowhere in sight. Lulutila, thank you. At least we have Gunvolt. While Mighty No. 9 was still going through development hell, just silently delayed yet again towards September 2015, earlier that year, Concept, which is the company that was creating Mighty No. 9, would suddenly announce that they were turning back to crowdfunding for yet another project. Only this time, instead of being Inafune's attempt at creating his own Mega Man game, this would be his attempt at recreating Mega Man Legends. Specifically, the last project he announced at Capcom before leaving the company, Mega Man Legends 3. The story surrounding this ultimately unreleased game is also a pretty long tale, though filled with behind-the-scenes political feuds between Capcom and Inafune that would lead to the developer's departure, and Mega Man being put on the back burner for years. Regardless of what specifically occurred, the title's abrupt cancellation in 2011 still stings, especially as it's been over 20 years since the sub-franchise was last revisited. With Inafune's startling success funding Mighty No. 9, it's likely encouraged him to take the plunge back into crowdfunding and make yet another spiritual successor. Mighty No. 9, release blasted back to September. Yeah. Well, to be more accurate, there were 2 Kickstarters released in July 2015. One set in an extremely ambitious 800,000 goal was for the game itself. The other project, announced and launched at the same time, would be for a short animation produced by Studio 4C at $150,000. Which, by the way, that is not a lot of money for an animation. This is a suspiciously low amount of money for an animation. $150,000, you know, like a lot of anime, you know, like they're working in like pretty high scale budgets. This is not that much money. As if the design and concept similarities with the Legend series weren't enough, Inafune was even working with several directors of the original game. During the unveiling at Anime Expo, the creator would go into a little more detail about his plans along with Studio 4C CEO Eiko Tanaka, and mentioned he was actually thinking about the project at least a year. For at least a year. Inafune, I share those worries as well, but while everyone else is trapped in their negativity and keeps thinking about how the project might not be successful, I find myself thinking about what I want to do after we succeed. Sometimes I think I might actually be a fool of some sort. The more those around me tell me that making a game and an anime together is impossible, the more I want to get it done. I felt the same way with Mighty No. 9, actually. Yeah, they didn't meet their goal. Yeah. Funding unsuccessful for Red Ash, the Indelible Legend. This wasn't the first time 𝐏𝐿𝐷 set out to create a multimedia project with one of their titles. The company had just released a trailer for a seemingly now dead Mighty No. 9 animated series, but this was definitely a lot for a title that seemed to come out of nowhere and just felt a little overambitious, especially as the company still hadn't completed their first crowdfunded project. While the initial animatic was neat, it didn't inspire much actual support, and the more details rolled in, many were becoming increasingly skeptical. By their first update, 𝐏𝐿𝐷 would provide a very unhelpful teaser of the actual gameplay, as well as clarify that the 800k goal was only enough to fund the first part of the game, rather than the full title. I feel like if Inafune had just been like, you know, maybe we should scale everything back, and instead of being a mega franchise, what if we were just like a good, simple little game? And then we could build on it later. If, you know, if it did well. Maybe we should like start small with it. I think he would have been a lot more successful. Very Juggle, thank you. I almost donated to Kickstarter for a game called Confederate Express. The creator pocketed the money and wound up squatting in an Airbnb in California. What the hell? Classic Madman, thank you. 𝐿𝐷𝐸 Kamiya of the then Platinum game, now Clover Studio, said Inafune is more a businessman than a creator. Yeah, I think that checks out. I think that is... I think that is correct. Our ideal vision for this project is a game that offers 8 hours of playtime. That's an insane amount of playtime. For players going straight from the opening scene to the ending credits. However, we're looking to add more depth and events to the planned areas to allow players to spend more time exploring and uncovering the hidden secrets of Kalkanan. This vision is currently spread across the stretch goals we have announced in the form of episodes. If we are only able to reach the initial goal of 800,000, then this content will need to be cut down, as we will not be able to include the content that is planned for those episodes. Only 8? 8 is not a lot? 8 is a lot. 8 is a lot. When you're making a video game, 8 hours of playtime is a lot. Yeah, Inefune wanted to do corporate games. Yeah, you can very clearly see he wanted to make like big AAA games. 8 is nothing. I think you guys are crazy. This is a Kickstarter project. My personal belief is if you are making a small little passion project, 4 is about tops, right? 4 hours of gameplay, that's like enough for people to be like, oh, you know what? This is like, this has got like a good foundation on it. Like we invested like 800,000 fucking dollars in this, and we've got a good, we've got a good like foundation here. We've got a good product to show people. Now you can build on it. now you can build on it. For a passion project, yeah, this had $4 million behind it. No, this did not have $4 million behind it. This didn't even get funded. The goal for it was $800,000. $800,000. 4 is a comfortable time, but I would wish for more. I feel like it's better to aim a little bit lower. Copper's saying thank you. I barely had time to do my gacha dailies. Chat is high as a kite. Shovel Knight is 6.5 hours and people seem to love it. Most, like, little indie games, most indie games are not that long. I think Cult of the Lamb is like 6 hours as well. Chevy owns thank you. All I'm saying is RuneScape was made by 3 brothers in their parents' kitchen and it's still going strong today. Replay value is key. I agree with that. Anyways, gameplay mockup. There have been quite a few comments from fans that they really like the overall concept, character design, and art style. Wait, did I finish reading everything? Yeah. Art style for Red Ash, and we are confident that we were able to clearly convey those concepts to everyone. However, many people have made it clear that they want to see something that will at least give them an idea of what actual gameplay will look like. Luckily, what do you mean luckily? Don't say luckily. We created just the thing during pre-production, so have a look. This tells me nothing. Spider, thank you. As a Mega Man and Castlevania fan, it's fun seeing the different quality of spiritual successors we got. Bloodstained and 8-bit games are great. Cult of the Lamb is like 2 hours too long. Portal 2 was around 8 hours. Yeah, Portal 2 was like twice the length of Portal 1, and Portal 1 was fucking short. I feel like people have gotten very used to AAA titles taking like 30 hours to do the entire game, and it's like, you know, like games don't have to be like that long. Portal 2 was 30 hours. I don't think it was that long. Portal 1 was 8 hours. Drexel, thank you. 8 hours is the average length of a AAA FPS game. I don't remember it taking that long. Games are too long? I don't think games are too long. Portal 2 was literally a 30-hour game. Are you sure? I'm gonna look this up. Portal 2, how long to beat? Portal 2 is 8.5 hours in length. What are you people cooking? What is wrong with you people? Hold on. Hold on. How bad at the game are you that it's taking you 30 hours to beat Portal 2? Hello? That's a self-report. Holy shit. Copper saying thank you. Consume the collectibles. 1 gorillion hour playtime. Oh, man. I was sitting here like, huh, did it just like, you know, I played Portal 2 like 10 plus years ago. Like, was it, am I crazy? Like, was it longer than I thought it was? No, it's 8.5 hours long. Took them 5 hours to figure out how the portals worked. Jeez, thank you. Game length means nothing when 30 of the 40 hours are cutscenes and pointless MacGuffin collecting. True. True. I was seriously like doubting myself. I was like, I mean, like I did play it a long time ago. Maybe it is longer than I thought. 𝐏𝐿𝐴, thank you. That's game journalist levels of skill. Smugsuck, thank you. I'm sorry, Pippa, but Portal 2 didn't have enough yellow paint to guide me. I got stuck in Portal 2 at one point. There was oh god, it was like right after Cave Johnson did his like Army of Mantises speech, and I was like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? And I think it was like I had to like drop to a platform below the one I was currently on to be able to see the thing that I needed to shoot to put a portal onto. I was like, oh, where the fuck am I going? Koyuki, thank you. It was my birthday. Here's a gift just for you. Happy birthday, Koyuki! Happy birthday, Koyuki! Happy birthday to Koyuki! Happy birthday to you! Zero, thank you. She got one guide by DSP here in the chat. There are a few people saying that it took like 30 hours to beat. I was like, what the hell? Wait, who was it that wanted Papakin to sing happy birthday to them? Oh, fuck. Oh god, I feel like a monster. I'm forgetting the name of the person. Last week they were like, oh, fuck. Someone sent a super earlier. Yeah, DSP guide. He super chatted, did he? Kenny. Where'd it go? I've got it in my super chat. Okay, well, I'll loop back to it later. Was it Kenny Koda? I don't know. Anyways. So yeah, here's a gameplay mockup that tells you nothing. Is it a 2D main character and the camera is locked and you you navigate through a 3D space and you can shoot the enemy? Is it like fully 3D? Is it like you're on rails and you attack enemies, like more of like an arcade type shooter? Is it like you can activate the gunplay, but there's also like dodge mechanics, and it's like what are you? It's a third-person shooter, yeah. But there's also like 20 million different flavors of of a fucking third-person shooter. Like you don't. Like this doesn't tell you anything. This doesn't tell you anything. Is this still Red Ash? Yeah, this is Red Ash. Criticisms would plague the project throughout its initial launch, such as when the developers created a poll to have fans vote on which console the game would be released on. I feel like this is one of the most important things for a video game to know ahead of time. Because, for example, right, like you might think, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, like, pretty much any game can be played on any console. It doesn't matter. Consider the differences of playing something like Minecraft on the PC versus on a 3DS. Very, very different experience, right? It's something that you should really know before you're going to start developing a game. Or asking $79 to receive the full game upon release rather than just the prologue for new backers. Now, how are they going to receive the full game upon release if you're only releasing one episode at the beginning? Also, why would the prologue... Like, does that mean you can't buy episode 1? Or how much is the prologue gonna cost on its own? Like, can people buy just the prologue on its own? Or like, what are they doing here? Nowhere was this more apparent than when the studio released a small sample of gameplay showcasing what the game would vaguely look like. We got that coming up next slide. It was a pretty rough demo to say the least. While the longtime Legends fans would be glad to know mechanics such as kicking empty cans into the garbage were carefully considered, it was clearly way too early in development to work as much more than a really rough proof of concept. Perhaps this was spurred by Concept feeling like they needed to release something to entice backers, seeing as the game was far off from reaching its initial goal. But this short mock-up did little to excite gamers. It seemed that even Inafune's name in the game's pitch as another Mega Man revival wasn't enough to catch lightning in a bottle twice, especially with all the turmoil surrounding Mighty No. 9. Here's my hot take. Inafune, you dumb bastard. Why didn't you just make Mighty No. 9 after you released it have a spin-off like Mega Man Legends? Why did you create a separate franchise called Red Ashes instead of just make a spin-off of your existing franchise? Because he's greedy. Yeah, exactly. Because he's a greedy fucking bastard. He's so greedy. The anime was doing better, fortunately, providing more consistent updates and concept art. Still, it would come down to the wire for even this to be successful. With time running out, it looked like Red Ash would be yet another black mark against the company. The smash success and fever of Inafune's first crowdfunded campaign doing nothing to excite fans. And then the company came in and funded it anyway. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Red Ash, the Indelible Legend, which is just a fancy way of saying it's something that can't be erased, is what indelible means.
Thank you for explaining that. This is a review of somebody playing the actual prototype that they released.
For an unreleased game for a failed Kickstarter. Probably aware of it. The reason this got my attention is because, firstly, I didn't know it existed.
Hey, by the way, do you guys notice something familiar here? Maybe this character off to the side, or maybe this one that you're running around as. Wait, what's that? You guys do recognize them? They're the fucking Mighty No. 9 assets? Copy and paste it?
And secondly, I really like 3D platformers, and the 3D platforming in this feels pretty good. The characters have a really nice weight to them. Your air control is good, but not too much. It's not like overly lenient air control. The ledge grabbing feels excellent, and the sound effects they chose for ledge grabbing and jumping feel very appropriate. Maybe more cartoonish sounds would have been warranted if the setting were more cartoonish, and maybe that would have been changed later in development. But for this particular setting and the placeholder graphic...
Maybe this is like a Mega Man reference, but I don't understand the point of that. Why did they place you down as a Mighty No. 9 reskin, and then you go and change character models with the other guy? The Red Ash main character.
They used the sound effects feel appropriate. So this prototype, which is a pre-alpha prototype by the way, and uses placeholder characters from Mighty No. 9, was meant to show people what kind of game this was supposed to be. And the kind of game it was supposed to be was an action-adventure.
Placeholder, it's a prototype. Okay, why did they have a placeholder for the main character if they already have a placeholder for the main character? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking now? Why would you be a placeholder asset that runs up to the placeholder asset that actually reflects what the main character is gonna look like? And change places with them? Why did you do it?
You roam around and talk to NPCs, and
character swapping was a thing in Mega Man X series where you could switch between 0 and X.
occasionally there would be humor and just general dicking around. As far as pre-alpha mockups go, I've seen way worse than this. It controls functionally, it controls well in some places. It gets the idea across that they want you to roam around, communicate with NPCs, and just generally dick around, like kicking trash cans until they explode. There is an emphasis in this demo about finding secrets and pathfinding. And I mentioned this a lot in a lot of my videos, but if there's one thing I like about older PC games, it's the way pathfinding is integrated. It's usually integrated into the environment and uses kind of real-world settings. So climbing on signs and pipes...
Wow! It exploded.
To get to secret areas in this this demo.
I guess this is a Mega Man reference. I have no idea.
I really like that. I like it a lot. Having read up on some of the Red Ash drama and garbage, I feel like people kind of overreacted to this demo. Because not only is the demo full of secrets for a pre-alpha demo, but
like, I personally don't get it. Kaneko, thank you. Mega Man Legends had an ethics system, and kicking cans made the city hate you, and your armor dark? It was peak?
It illustrates that they understand how 3D platforming works, have a good grasp of pathfinding and where secrets should be placed. And they have a general idea of what kind of game they want to make. But a lot of people seem to not understand what pre-alphas are. Like, even having
a super chatted info ignored? I don't see every super chat until the end. Okay, Red Ash is a reference to the Mega Man Legends JP name, Rocket Man Dash. It's a name reference, Redash. Huh? Rocket Man Dash. Okay. Oh, Red Dash. Okay, that's neat. Super Bear, thank you. I really like it. Most bored voice ever. Yeah.
In this state is preferable.
You see all the super chats at the end. Yeah, I catch up with all the super chats at the end.
But for a pre-alpha, this is pretty impressive. I remember this being a common issue with a lot of indie Kickstarters, is that people don't seem to get that pre-alpha means it's not going to look good, and most often it's not going to play good, and it's...
See, here's my rebuttal to this. I feel like if you're going to make a Kickstarter, he's right. I think this is brain dead. I think this is a very, very brain dead thing to think. If you're a AAA company and you're like, okay, we've started work on this game, we've got funding for it, we're gonna make like early prototypes and like alpha tests and shit, you know, like let's fucking go. Okay, yeah, it's gonna look like shit. Okay, it's probably gonna play like shit. But eventually, they're going to make something good out of it. That's totally fine. That makes sense. The system works. Okay? When you're on Kickstarter and you're selling something to people, and these people are not investors, they're not getting anything out of it in the traditional sense. They're just trying to make a product come to fruition. I think it is brain dead to not have some sort of proof of concept. Okay? My personal opinion here is if you're going to try and sell me something, you can't just fucking tell me, no, don't worry, we're going to make it good eventually. Yeah, right now it sucks, but eventually it's going to be good. It doesn't need to be a long demo. It doesn't need to be a perfect demo. You can use shitty placeholder assets, but it at least needs to play nicely. It at least needs to represent some form of the final product to any degree. You can't be mad at people for being like, this looks like shit. Why would I back this? Well, because it's an early alpha build. Are you stupid? Do you not know how video games work? It's an early alpha build, so of course everything is using placeholder assets, and of course it doesn't play well because it's just an early alpha build. They're gonna make the game better eventually, obviously. Excuse me? No, you're selling this game to me You need to have some sort of fucking proof that you can make a good game. That this is going to be a good game. Alright? Either you have an expansive repertoire of proven hits, and in Inafune's case, he did, right? So even though there wasn't, like, a good demo, people had that trust of like, oh, well, I mean, he does know how to make good shit. But then you release something, and Inafune's reputation is in the fucking gutter, and you release a prototype build like this, and it's like, I would have rathered some sort of proof that this is actually going to work out, because, you know, your previous track record is kind of in the dirt for this. Like, why is this not like a nice demo? Why is it a shoddily thrown together prototype? Excuse me? Traditional investors can get collateral. Kickstarters only have impressions to go off of. People need assurance their money will not be wasted. Yeah.
Barely going to resemble the final product in any way, shape, or form beyond a conceptual level. But in the modern era, Kickstarter demands a greater level of transparency, which means people who don't understand how pre-alphas or game development work are going to see pre-alphas and get upset about them. Because they perceive this as...
They're not upset about the pre-alpha. They're upset that there's no proof of a game. But we have the pre-alpha. Eventually, it's going to be a good game. Eventually, it's going to get better. Yeah? Prove it. Prove it. Take some time to actually build up your fucking product before you try and sell it to me, you fucking con artist. No. Just trust me, bro. Eventually, I'll be a millionaire and I'll pay you back. So give me a loan of $1 million. No! Fucking kill yourself! It's not the fucking Kickstarter investors' fucking faults. Okay? It's not that they are mad that the alpha looks like shit. They're mad that the alpha looks like shit and there's nothing else to go off of. Holy shit!
As laziness rather than a natural part of the development process, which it is. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying
it's a natural part of the development process.
It wasn't mismanaged, and the pitch video was really bad and failed to communicate things properly. But as for the pre-alpha demo in particular, it's fine. It's a pretty okay pre-alpha demo that gets the
You're fucking simp, dude. The best band is thank you. I like that it has some crates. That's cool.
idea across of what they were going for. And it looks like shit. It doesn't control like shit, surprisingly. But that's what a pre-alpha demo is. It's a proof of concept. And I'm not really interested in the...
And if the proof of concept is shit, people are gonna think it's shit. What? Here's my opinion. I think there should be a proof of concept that works like a demo for players, where they're like, oh, okay, you know, this is like the general concept of how the game is gonna work. What do you mean? What do you mean you're gonna release a fucking alpha version of it that plays like shit, everything's bad about it, and that's all anybody has to go off of? Fuck off!
greater drama of the situation.
It's your fault you don't get it.
Or whatever. I just wanted to point out that I think this is a pretty okay pre-alpha demo, and I enjoyed the pathfinding and platforming in it. That's pretty much all this video is for. I like all the secrets in pathfinding, and it seems like an okay pre-alpha demo. That's all this video is for.
God. People will just throw their fucking money at anything. Some people. Thank God they didn't with Red Ash. Thank God they didn't, because wow. Alright, this is the next topic. Okay, I guess that's all I had prepared for Red Ash. But yeah, Red Ash is, needless to say, it did not take off It did not come out. There's no animated series for it. Nothing. The fucking Nikkei, I guess, released something called Red Ash. Roboduck, thank you. I'd rather waste my money on you than this potential scam. It's pretty bad, man. Red Ash. Inafune. Red Ash should have died. It's... Oh, wait. No, okay. This is a documentary. Red Ash, Kickstarter video. I want to show you guys, like, the... Here you go. The actual, like, trailer for it. Oh, this is for the animation. Why'd her skin color change? Spider Dude, thank you. Yeah, people will throw money at anything. Also, Nikkei Peak. Am I crazy? She's like... She's got, like, brown skin here. And in this, she's got pale skin. And half of her hair is pink.
こんにちは。レッドアッシュ・ザ・アニメーションディレクターの佐野です。レッドアッシュはアニメーション制作会社スタジオ4度シート、ゲーム制作会社コンセプトはアニメーション
Red Ash is a distinctive project by Studio 4C, animation production studio, and
スタジオ4度シート。
Concept game production company. We plan to create a unique animation and game based on our own interpretations of two factors: original image of main characters and story concept, treasure hunting. Here's why if I was a fan of Red Ash, here is why I would not invest in this. Why do I want to see another company's interpretation of a thing that I like? I don't want to see that. Why would I want to see your versions of this? You guys can go create your own shit. Why are you... This is like the fucking people making the Halo show that have never played Halo. Yeah, you're crowdfunding fan fiction for something that doesn't even exist yet. Counterpoint, Cyberpunk, Edgerunners. I did like Edgerunners. But I didn't like the regular Cyberpunk game, so, like, that would have worked out for me. But this is like, I don't understand. Well, I assume you like anime based on how offended you were by the prom night joke. You know, that brings up another interesting topic. Hey, why are you making an anime when you already made fun of anime fans in one of your other projects' trailers? That's interesting. That's interesting. So now you want my money. Okay.
アニメーションはスタジオ 4°C オールスタッフが送る宝探しアニメーションとして制作します。
Red Ash Magus Cicada is a treasure hunting animation presented by Studio 4C All-Stars. Every time we meet a stretch goal, additional stage will be added to the story. First of all, we try to reach the initial goal and make the first stage happen. Skillful creators are developing original worldview of the animation. See, I feel like this is like getting really close to how it should be done. But also so grossly overestimating like how much funding and how much passion there's going to be for something that just doesn't exist as a product yet. Like, you can do the thing, do the release for the animation and for the game in stages. But it shouldn't be that you fund it and like each tier of funding is the different, like how far they're gonna go into development of the game or whatever. Put that money into making the fucking game. Put that money into making the game better. And then after you're done making the game, you can release that shit later. Oh, but Pippa, they are going to release it later as well. because like you're funding that stuff just ahead of time. And like after they're done with the base game, they'll work on the other projects that they promised. Like they'll work on stage 2 after they're done with stage 1, and then they'll sell stage 2 as like a DLC for the people who aren't backers. Why are they spending that investment money on creating expansions when they don't have the base game? Spend that money on the base game. Make the base game good, because that's what people want. Then add everything else later. You could do a second Kickstarter for the next stage. The animation was a separate Kickstarter. It was. And it follows the same failings of the game Kickstarters, where they're like fucking like feature creeping on a goddamn Kickstarter. Like, what? What? Why? Why? Oh, yeah, if you spend this amount, we'll make episode 1. And if you spend this amount, we'll make episode 2. No, how about I spend this amount and you make episode 1? And anything over that, you spend on making episode 1 even better. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to turn everything into a franchise, into a large-scale product. But people just want the product that you initially advertised to them. If the game releases and doesn't make enough to fund an expansion, then the Kickstarter for it seems scummy. True. Each stage design will be created by different gifted creators who have worked together with Studio 4C in our past animation films. Beck, Tiger, and Call will explore various unique stages. Next, Angel Ziggy, have you seen a Kickstarter video by Harry Partridge making fun of Kickstarter product presentation videos? I don't think I have. A challenge to combine Japanese animation and full 3D animation. This was 9 years ago. In Red Ash, the animation project, we are going to create all characters in 3D models. This was a massive red flag back in the day. We are not using the cell shader, but developing the models in the style of illustration. In order to mix the excellent essence of 2D painting with 3D solid image for motion and characters. We attempt to combine fluent 3D animation moves and Japanese hand-drawn animation techniques. Expressions such as changing a character's perspective and motion are dynamic. Character deformations are some of the typical techniques in Japanese animation, which are considered to be very hard to adapt into 3D. We would like to take on the challenge of developing those difficult expressions in 3D on this project. Studio 4C is putting everything to create this new form of Japanese animation. We support the Red Ash the animation, Magic Cicada. Using Berserk as an example, right here, right? Hold on. Right here. Why would you use that? Why would you use that as an example? You know everybody hated the 3D Berserk animation, right? You know everybody clowned on 3D Berserk, right? I don't know if you should be using that as an example. I like these character designs, but if I was supporting Red Ash the game and I saw this, I would be annoyed. Background noise, thank you. Stretch goals are fine as long as the original product you're paying for isn't harmed by it. Going further to the point you hurt the project is stupid. My personal belief, you're free to disagree with this. I personally believe that stretch goals that add later content, that promise future content, right? Of okay, well, after we're done with the base game, we'll make an expansion pack for it. I think that's too much. I think selling a pre-order of a pre-order is taking things a step too far. You are being greedy. You are overextending yourself when you don't have anything to show for anything right now. Yeah, they're getting ahead of themselves. It's like, imagine you fund... Imagine you fund Red Ash, right? Or, like, okay, imagine you funded Palworld. Imagine Palworld had a Kickstarter, okay? And, or let's use Minecraft as an example, because more, like, everybody's played fucking Minecraft, okay? Imagine there was a Kickstarter for Minecraft. And the Kickstarter is like, okay, if you fund our Kickstarter, we're going to make a game called Minecraft, and it's going to have all of the features up to the Ender Dragon. And you're like, okay, great. And you fund the Kickstarter. And then they're like, okay, well, also, we're going to have all of these other features as well that are going to take years to develop. And also, what if we do something called, like, Minecraft Dungeons? And what if we release, like, some short animations and blah, 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 blah? And you're like, I would rather you work on Minecraft up until the end. And then work on making sure, like, spend that money on the development time of Minecraft up until the end. You know? Make it so that way, when I am playing the Bedrock version of the game, my character doesn't just, like, randomly die. You know? Like, spend that development time ironing out all those bugs. I don't want to spend my money on your game so you can add more to it. I want to spend my money on your game so you make it the best game that it can be. Does that make sense? They're taking it too far. Bark, 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 bark. Yeah. Anyways. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐶a. I had not heard of this before you guys brought it up. I had not heard of 𝐏𝐿𝐴ICA. It's so simple. Just make a good game. Why are they simply choosing to make game? Why are they not simply choosing to make games good? I feel like you're being sarcastic, but it's like, you can't ever guarantee that a game's gonna be good, right? But you can spend more money on the development time of that game, making it the best that it can be. And if it still fails, that's fine. You know, that sucks. That's whatever. But at least you only funded... At least you tried to make that game good. Versus not doing all you can to make that game good and instead adding a bunch of sequels onto it. Raceman, thank you. Berserk 2016 was the 3D CGI with the funny clang noise. The clip in the video was from the other movie trilogy that was just okay. Ah. Capital Panda, thank you. Oh, you want a movie with Jack Black? We hear you. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ICA. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ICA. 𝐏𝐿𝐴ICA is a strategy game for 1 to 4 players that focuses on building a successful stellar culture that spans across the entire galaxy. Created by Molly Frederick. 85 backers pledged $7,840 to help bring this project to life. So, this is a board game that met its goal. A relatively modest goal. And very quickly went off the rails. Hold on. Is it letting me click it? Oh, there we go. Let me show you just the base Kickstarter at first. Okay? So you look at this, it's pretty modest. You know, their goal was $7,500. There's nothing wholly unknowable, nothing imagined that is unachievable. The horizon of this world is but the harbor of another. Let us become something worth telling tales of on many worlds. You're not here to save the galaxy. You're here to play in it. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴 is a board game for 1 to 4 players. It focuses on what it feels like to live as a member of the stellar consciousness of a galaxy. It all starts with 1 star for each player. And the goal is to invest your stellar resources in the smartest strategic ways to build planets. Then cultures that help grow your consciousness across the galaxy. Shit looks like fucking Settlers of Catan. Or Scythe. You know, actually, I don't remember what Catan looks like. It looks like Scythe. This is not a typical space opera shoot-'em-up type game. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴 system uses by-the-turn customizable visual reference cards for the deployment of stellar resources into a full range of different gameplay styles. To truly master the galaxy, you have to become adept in all the pathways. Settlers of Catan in space! It does look like Settlers? Okay. The main goal of 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴 is to have fun. That's a good idea to start with. The gameplay is similar to a cross between Risk and Magic the Gathering. It does not look like it. It doesn't look like either of those games. Play should only take a few minutes to learn how to play, but the complexity of the strategic possibility increases nearly exponentially as the gameplay deepens. There are 13 different types of interactions possible when interacting with an opponent. This shit makes my brain melt. What do you mean there's 13 different types of interaction possible? You know what I like? I like it when I'm playing a board game and it has like a little card on it that lists like up to 5 different things that I can do, and there's like 2 lines of description explaining what each thing does. So when I pull the game out of the cupboard to play with my family, I can very easily hand them the card and be like, alright, here's what you can do. And when they ask me, well, what can I do this turn? I can point to the card and I can say, this is what you can do. Here you go. They'll be like, I don't want to read all that. And I can be like, okay, on your turn, you can. And I read it out and it works out great. 13 types is too many. I'm not going to remember that. I'm not going to fucking remember that. 13 different types of things that I can do each fucking turn with just the opponent. Hell no. Each of these pathways offers a different style of gameplay, and each one has been mastered by a different culture of the galaxy. Each group has different weaknesses and strengths, and can be seen as a hero or a villain, depending on your game strategy. Learn trade and master transportation in the Circle of Life, master data archiving and planetary engineering in the Order of the Singularity, and befriend multi-dimensional predators or hire anarchist hackers in the Forgotten, as you try to build a culture rich enough to become a member of the elite. Mysterious beings with capabilities and resources spanning every level of life. I hate this kind of shit. This is like not... This is not the kind of game that I enjoy at all. But I'm sure there's a demographic for it. Good for them. Here's an excerpt from the beginning of the manual to get a better idea of what I'm talking about. The elements of the game. The game is ready to play. No planning or other parts are needed. There are various ways to expand upon 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴, but these are the essential parts that came with the box you just opened. The basic gravity deck, 50 cards. The basic celestial deck, 50 cards. The basic Organica deck, 100 cards. The basic 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴 deck, 111 cards. 16 hex map sections. Player icon sheet. The sheet holds 216 reversible player/heat death tokens, 198 reversible pathway/polarity tokens, 250 glass entropy investment counters. Oh my god. For some free downloadables and more ideas, you can to expand your 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴 gameplay, visit www. Welcome to 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴. This is a game unlike most others. I agree with those who said that a good strategy game takes minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. And 13 different actions per turn. There are elements of this system that I've been working on developing for over 2 decades. I think the loss of magic and mystery we experience with some of our scientific observations may be restored, and a more healthy balance of life can be found through respecting the macro-organic life and finding new ways to interact with them. Also learning to respect the old ways in a new light. This manual is divided into 2 sections. The quick start section for those who want to just dive right in and start playing, and the galactic primer for those of you who enjoy learning about the deeper backstory of the universe of 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐴. What is this game about? And it keeps fucking going. You guys get the point by now, right? It's a fucking space game, dude. It's fucking Settlers of Space. And there's a few different goals. Pretty modest goals. You know, nothing... There's no There's no $5,000 tier where you can go and meet the creator. Jonathan Perry, thank you. Decision paralysis the game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it did eventually release. To my knowledge. To my knowledge. You know? There's 31. There's 31 updates. Alright. And we're actually gonna let's scroll down here. And let me show you the descent. People watch the video about this? Which one? That's bad to think about. At a certain point, you just gotta cut the cord, bro. It'll be okay. Alright, so the first update that they do, a brief introduction to the 4 decks. I hope this explains 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 in more depth. Update number 2, 13 different player culture cards. That's cool. Update number 3, shipping costs. You know, that's a valid talking point for a lot of Kickstarters. Is like, oh, I didn't realize how expensive shipping is going to be, or well, how much is shipping going to be in general, like for your area, blah 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 blah. You know, like discussing that shit. Update number 4, gameplay demo, has since been privated. Project is funded successfully. All right, it's in 2011, August 18th, 2011. Update number 5, yay, we get to make the game. Update number 6, production is scheduled. Update number 7, materials purchased and expansion packs in the planning stages. Wow, this is coming along nicely. August 31st, September 21st, work update. October 18th, first draft of the game manual. Nice. Okay. December 7th. Well, that's kind of a large jump. Just a quick update on 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. Oh, well, but at least it's an update. You know, all the cards are finished. Update number 11. All 4 decks are now online. Nice. There's like more proof of the gameplay. Nice. Okay. Update number 12. The first finished production prototype? Fuck yeah. Only 2 months. Well, 2 months is a long time to go without any updates on a fucking board game. But anyways. Number 13. Oh, fuck yeah. Production printing is starting this week. Wow. This is great! I sure hope the next update isn't batshit insane! Update. Ever since about December, I've been harassed by a voice that is claiming to be the sun, and it's been attacking me and harassing me almost every hour of the day. This is the best way I can explain what I'm going through. If anyone has any advice or can offer help with this problem, it was really not what I was hoping for, and it was very much not what I was told making this game was going to be like last year when I started working on it. Voice says the sun doesn't want you to publish 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 because it wants to be almost exactly like 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴, but keep it all a secret. If you publish your game, it's going to let people in on too many secrets. Paraphrasing. My response: the giant glowing mass of hydrogen that lights up our entire planet with heat and color wants to remain a secret. Seems like a bit of a pipe dream to me. Besides, there've already been a few different galactic-themed video games, and at least one other board game that have all gotten rather popular, so I don't really understand why the sun is supposedly obsessing over the details in this game, specifically. The voice won't tell me what it is that I'm supposed to change or remove, because apparently that would give too much away. This is all rather strange to me and hard to believe. We already demonstrated that the sun's long-term goals in survival are threatened by people who manipulate elements, and that the sun has nothing to lose by being honest and open. But the people who want to control it and the less educated people around them have their entire fortunes to lose if life on Earth came together in a healthy way, along with the blessing of the sun. Last Roman, thank you. I hate it when you get to the schizo phase of the development cycle. Apparently my design for the game was based on ideas that are too close to reality, and people who have a lot of influence over life itself have been stomping on me and trying to keep me from finishing it. I hope you can understand why I've been hoping that production would have gone smoother and just get the game done. But this harassment has gone so persistent I can barely even think anymore. When I started working on it, I was told that it would be my opportunity to make something that would help teach, bring various levels of life together, and would be fun and popular. But it's just been a roadblock after roadblock and endless harassment for months over any minute detail or idea that I put into it. Even though it's finished, then the voices start obsessing over keeping me from printing it, mostly by distracting me constantly with insane trivia, nonsense, and annoyances to the point where I can't even think. Like Yandere Dev in his emails. What's kind of frustrating is that half of the stuff that it complains about me complains about to me are things that I was essentially instructed to put into the game by the same voices that are harassing me now. Typical fucking audience. I honestly don't know what to do about this. I'm starting to feel that I've been set up by someone and I'm feeling kind of lost. The main problem is the actual printing of the card decks. I have all the other materials and I have cardstock to print the cards on, but it was a bit too thick for my printer and I can't afford to take it to a second-hand printer. So as soon as I finish it, I am determined to see this project done. I looked into exchanging or returning the cardstock and it would cost me about $500 to do that, which I don't have since I'm on disability due to an injury. I only get about $200 a month after rent, and most of that goes into food. I put way too much time and effort into 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐸 to give up now, so if anyone has ideas, I'd love to hear them. Any progress on this setback? Any of these ideas the others gave help you? Kid Kane, thank you. Dark Souls side character goes hollow storyline. Conga line, thank you. Hi Pippa, the sun told me to send the super chat. Sentetsu, thank you. When did Solaire make a board game? Kelly Spur, thank you. Pippa, please donate to my Kickstarter. I'm making mass production mini Pippas. Fun for the whole family. By Lancey, thank you. So when does Sakura recruit this one? Stranger Sane, thank you. I don't know. Maybe he should have listened to the sun on this one. The board game kind of seems like ass. SDK, thank you. A Hat in Time raised $300,000 from Kickstarter. Eventually made one of the best 3D platformers in decades. Sold 1 million copies. It can work, but not often. Thanks, Angela, thank you. By the way, the Harry Partridge video has a tech bro type trying to hype up the people into making him a literal pile of money. Hunter, thank you. Went from 0 to crazy really fast there. Dog, thank you. Curse of Ra! Anti-Annihilator, thank you. The sun told me... wait, no. The sun told me to send the super chat or the earthbenders would stone me to death. Background noise, thank you. The sun's evil rays are blinding them so they can't work on the game. David Finkel, thank you. The sun is leaking. Max Angels, thank you. Fun fact, staring at the sun gives you superpowers. Nova Crusader, thank you. Praise the sun. Eggman, thank you. Teal Deer, the sun said my game was trash. I like how people just kind of like... Oh, well, no, this guy noticed. Okay, I was like, the first couple contests, like, there are many helpful resources at BoardGameGeek.com for printing cards and game boards. Let's ignore the fact that the sun is speaking and whispering angry messages, anti-posts into this man's brain. Let's ignore woman's brain. Let's ignore that. Assuming you're not sick and just artsy, I think Stefan's got the right idea. Give us the list of things that you need to get the game completed. We can tackle them one by one together. Among the 85 of us, I'm sure we can come up with some viable solutions. Excellent, thank you. Thou who art undead are chosen. You are experiencing auditory hallucinations. Assuming you are not on drugs, the most likely causes are schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, or bipolar disorder. These are all very serious conditions that can destroy your life if left untreated, and you should see a psychiatrist immediately. I take it you don't like consumerism and capitalism, but another highly valued commodity is goodwill. Don't squander that with months of silence again. I am sure some backer from the US can help out, either with contacts or even access to printers. Keep us in the loop. Relax. Ignore the sun. Take your time. We can wait. Be yourself. Enjoy. Don't stress over the wonders of creation. Peace. You've got 85 backers invested to help you make this project succeed. I'm sure that if you elaborate more about your issues, someone here might have a good idea that will lead you to a resolution. This stuff about the sun doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not sure how to react to it. How about this? Generate a done/to-do list for us in something similar to how a Gantt/flowchart format, and make notations about where the problem areas are. Just because we backed you financially doesn't mean we can't contribute any additional help through advice. I think Ethan eventually, you know, like I think he got it, man. I think one of these commenters eventually got it. I think this motherfucker needs to go to the fucking doctor. Esmodai, I think you dudes on SCP, Pippa, they are real. Oh my god. Oh, she should have just worked on the game at night when the sun is not out. She should have, Antonio. She should have. Oh my god. Tangentering, thank you. New Kickstarter goal therapy. Sentetsu, thank you. Tell the sun he still owes me $20. Goodness, thank you. Did you try calling the sun department and filing a complaint? Oh my god. The comments are so fucking insane. Ignore the sign. Chris Collectibles, thank you. Been waiting on birthday wishes from you since the 11th. Did I do something to insult you? Had a manic episode that day and I'm questioning my life's choices. Wait, did I miss your... what? Well, I'm sorry that I missed it. Happy birthday, Chris Collectibles. Happy birthday, Chris Collectibles. Happy birthday, Chris Collectibles. Happy birthday to you. Please don't have a manic episode. Arclight, thank you. A good Gantt chart solves everything. The sun sounds like a not-so-bright scammer. I would argue the sun is quite bright. Printing has begun! This is all I know up to. I have no idea how the rest of these updates go. So we're gonna get into this together. Printing has begun! Printing the cards has begun. Solve the problem. Here's the final design. They look pretty neat. Sorry again for this delay. It's been a living nightmare the last few months. It's the only thing I can call it. Huh. Okay. Nice. Alright. Work is going. Producing the first batch of this week. Alright. Pretty good. Status update. The spiritual side of this has been calming down a lot in the last month or two as we've been working through some of the more complex details behind the spiritual plasma attacks that have been trying to destroy me since 2008. I actually feel confident that I've been able to figure out pretty much everything that I needed to. And the record in my journals is a full enough account of the things that's just now... It's just a... Fuck. Oh, fuck. Things that it's now just a waiting game on my part before all the cascades go out and the attacks on me end completely. Nice. For anyone that is concerned about the game is finished. The supplies are 95% bought. It's all in a climate-controlled storage and I'm just waiting for an opportunity to print up the cards, which is something I couldn't do because of the harassment. Basically, the US Navy has been putting up transmitter systems all over the place to control the plasma transition, so that it can try to use the information as a weapon. Apparently I recorded some things in my game that were a reference to Navy weapons without knowing that, and so I became one of their targets. I'm mostly trying to help educate them and others about these issues in my journal, which has been going alright for the most part. Apologies on the delays as always. This has been far more frustrating to me than to any of you. You may be fearing that you've lost some money. You haven't, the game is still happening, just delayed. But I've been afraid that I've lost everything in my life, including my eternal soul, when I started getting attacked. Molly. While it is good that you are doing better, and good that the game is progressing, John is right. You need to seek psychiatric help! Molly, you should look into getting professional help. What you are saying makes no sense from a rational perspective. Great to hear from you, Molly, and best wishes on resolving all the issues you've endured. You have my complete support, and I only wish I could do more to help. I mean, you could file, like, a complaint to the Navy. You could, like, write... You could write an angry email. That might help. Thank you. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room with the sun. The sun that was the US Navy plasma. Extension thinking the sun is also the name of a UK tabloid. Pretty infamous tabloid. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So that was status update number 17. Okay. Number 18. Just wanted to contact everyone and let you all know what's going on. It seems like the spiritual collaboration I'm working with was able to work out an understanding with the military and some other various groups over the last few weeks, and things are feeling very positive for the future. All the paper supplies are still safely in a climate-controlled storage while I am saving up some money to purchase ink for printing with a different printer than I had budgeted for. I'm not having troubles with hyperdimensional plasma attacks anymore. That's good. So the only problem left to resolve is that I had budgeted for using the 4-color laser printer, and it turned out that I have to use an inkjet for the card decks only instead, which will cost me a bit more than I had budgeted for. but I'm well along the way of having the new ink budget, so once I'm back in Washington State, I should be able to print up the decks without any more issues. Malcolm Lang, thank you. Can you please say ignore the sun with Neko? Ignore the sun! Once again, thanks for your patience. As for those who have complained, I found that 99% of the people that have criticized the production of this game were not even people that purchased it. A year or two to publish a homemade indie game with as many complex parts as this one is not unheard of. Isn't it just like a board and some cards? I feel like people do that all the time. Obviously, that's not long. That's not how long I was hoping it would take. I had no idea I would get harassed by plasma beings. Nobody expects that. I don't blame her. 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐸, thank you. I want to know if some poor sailor had to answer to the sun plasma attack calls. Welcome, thank you. Dear Navy, stop using the sun to stop me from making my Catan clone. Thanks. So it was a little overwhelming that I had so many people that didn't even back the game attacking me only a couple months after it was funded. Sorry again for the delays. I'm really looking forward to getting it finished because so far all of the people that have played it have enjoyed it. Some are prototype testers and a couple were people that downloaded the game from my gallery and made their own print and play prototype. No huge news this time, just wanted to stay in touch since there were some concerns that I wasn't updating enough in the past. Any news on the game? Silence is deafening. Thanks so much for the update! At this point, the concern is not so much that you're not updating enough, although updates are appreciated, but that you're not getting in contact with a psychiatrist! If you are being attacked by plasma beings, they'll either be able to help confirm your beliefs or disprove them and help you get the help we all believe you need. Maybe there are plasma beings and such, but so far you're the only one encountering them, and that seems unlikely. Kay is such a negative Nancy. What are they even fucking focusing on? We should be focused on the game. When's the game coming out? Last Roman, thank you. You don't get it, Pippa. This is the board game of all time. Even the hyperplasma military is trying to stop it. This game will create God himself. So that update was in March. Fuck. It was March 14th. And the previous update was January. It was like 3 months. Wait. January, February, March. Yeah. Winter, thank you. Looks like something a plasma would say. Just sounds like you. Somebody should clip this part to email to Sakana because I think we found a new phase invader. Oh yeah. What year? 2013. My brain is like working at half capacity. It was already a pretty slow moving brain. Supernova, thank you. Only is mad she knows she's been had. 2 months. Okay. Update number 19 in August. Wanted to update and let you know that I have moved 2,000 miles, found an apartment, and am currently in the process of setting my life in order again. I would be up printing copies of the game right now, but my bike trailer was stolen a couple weeks ago when I was homeless and looking for a place to live. That's sad. It was the only way I could get the heavy office printers and the stacks of papers to my new room by myself, but I should be able to find a way to get the printers and other supplies from storage in the next few weeks, so I can finally resume printing it next month as soon as my disability payment arrives and I can afford to buy some ink. Thanks for your patience. Good luck. Best wishes, Wally. I hope the new locale works out for you. And then Dr. Brian Moore. Hey, doctor. Can you tell me if something's going on here? Dirty J, thank you. Slow-moving brain. Sounds like plasma attacks. Ah! Okay, update number 20. Hopefully the last update before your copy arrives. Things are going okay right now. I haven't been able to replace my bike trailer yet, but I did get contacted by one of the disabled housing apartments I signed up for almost a year ago when I was homeless. I think most of you know I was in a vehicle accident in 2003. No? 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 What? What? Background noise, thank you. Bismarck is setting course to stop this project. What? They destroyed my shoulder and part of my scapula and left me unable to move one of my arms for over a year and left me permanently physically disabled. No, I had no idea about that. Casual lore drop, yeah. Well, being able to move into this apartment will make finishing printing the game go so much faster, as I will be living in the city again and have access to a bus system. I won't have annoying roommates to deal with, so I'll be able to set up all my tools and printers again, and it's cheaper than the place I'm staying at now. As far as I can tell, it seems to all be related to being born intersexual. What? Like, the car accident? What? Like, you got into a car accident because you're intersexual? What? And that something believed my living as a woman and being able to make money and not get married were unwelcome or threatening to some large group's religion. What? What? Radium, thank you. I'm kidding. Chat. I only knew up to part 14, okay? And this is part 20. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is going places. Why those opinions were being forced on me through living materials like iron, I really have no idea. What? Sarah, thank you. The sun is homophobic. And even worse, I have absolutely no way to prove any of it, but I do believe iron communicates backwards and that it's obsessed with gender. Like the metal? Sarah, thank you. Alright, for that. Beekeeper, thank you. Maybe they meant intersectional where they got into a car wreck in an intersection. Maybe. Anti-annihilator, thank you. Hey, Pippa. Do you know where I can find some nice landmines to tap dance on? Right here, buddy. Right here. It's okay to call me crazy. I think I'm just giving you more excuses, but I promise that I'm not lying and that I will finish printing the game and send everyone what they paid for. It's what I owe you, and if I was trying to rip you all off, I wouldn't be documenting my experiences of the last 2 years online in detail. I would have disappeared and changed my name long ago. If I had no intention of finishing the game. I know these are probably meaningless words to most of you, and you think I'm never going to finish printing, but I currently have all the paper and supplies and even a stack of 80% printed decks. It would be such a waste to not finish the game when I'm so close to being done. I certainly want people to enjoy it so I can at least show that I'm honest and trying to follow through on my responsibility to Kickstarter and my backers. Sincerely, Molly. Much appreciated update. After you finish the game, you may want to write a book of your experiences. It would be interesting to read about your journey. Yes, it would. Yeah, actually it would. I would read this book. I would read this. Fun, thank you. Glad. Wait, some fun thing. I just fucking read that like a super chat. Oh my god. Chat. I'm sick. Glad to see you're moving forward one step at a time, one day at a time. Your brain is cooked. My brain is cooked. It's wonderful to hear that your life is moving in a positive direction, Molly. Finishing your masterpiece will certainly add to your recent accomplishments. What recent accomplishments? Oh, her moving, I guess. You fell in the reminder, this is all over $7,000. Yeah. Just streamer disease. I'm being plasma attacked by the sun. The sun is trying to kill me, chat. Update number 21. On January 6th of 2014. The previous update was November 24th of 2013. Reminder that this all started in 2011. God, thank you. The sun has an iron core and the Navy uses iron. It all makes sense! Lollipop, thank you. I backed you and need these dice because a YouTuber I like called 𝐼𝐸𝐴𝐸𝐿 recommended it. He got cancer and passed away, sadly, and still no dice. That sucks. Okay, which one of these is the new one? This one. As I mentioned in the last update, I have gotten into disabled housing due to my permanent shoulder injuries, and I just wanted to let you know a quick note that I moved last week from Seattle to the Midwest. What? Winter, thank you. Get plasma, get plasma, get plasma. And I'm enjoying having a nice place to live and not have to worry about any annoying roommates or drama for the first time in a few years. It's nice having a place for reliable meals and bathing again and not having to clean up after other people's messes. I was able to bring some basic clothing and supplies for daily living to my new place, and I'm planning a trip back to Seattle for February or March, and we'll try to get as much of the 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐿 supplies moved to my new apartment in that trip, and should be able to get all of it except for the industrial laser printer. Industrial laser printer? What? I thought she just needed an inkjet printer. What? Although I will see how much it will cost to mail it. Someone asked me about a print and play version while they were waiting for the finished product, and I thought I had already mentioned in a few updates that I already did put out the entire game on my gallery for anyone who wants to try it out. Thanks again for everyone's patience, and the friendly comments after the last update were very appreciated. One of the best things about my new place is that it allows me to save money, that even if I can't get all the supplies here from Seattle in February, I have no problem buying new supplies here locally and just finishing the publishing finally. I'm also planning on mailing some other boxes to my new place, and if I can cut down my storage unit to the next smaller size, that will save me $60 a month, which is a lot out of my Social Security monthly living allowance. I almost feel silly trying to estimate a date, but I'm hoping that March will see the first completed set of game mailings go out. Thanks again. I hope everyone had a great Christmas. Felt the need to post. Amazing. The stars may finally align. I think everybody else is checked out. I think everybody else is emotionally checked out. How old is this person? I don't know. This is someone with a lot of issues who bit off more than she can chew, but still trying. I'm not sure, like... I'm not sure what the situation. I would like to say, you know, like, oh... You know, like, this person very clearly needs help. And at least she is trying. But I also... I'm torn between... Like... This is gonna sound really bad. But, like, is this somebody who actually needs help? Or is this somebody that's really fucking lazy? And has a million different excuses for why they can't do this and that? Like, I don't want to be an asshole. Maybe she actually does have, like, schizophrenia and, like, really struggles with day-to-day everything. But I don't know. I don't know. My personal experience with people is that they'll be like, oh, yeah, you know, like, I moved into disabled housing and I don't have enough room to keep all this stuff for this project inside my house, so I have to buy a storage unit, and because I have to use a storage unit, I have to, like, you know, I gotta, like, spend money on that, and because I'm spending money on that, that's money that I can't spend on finishing what people paid for. And, you know, like, the time and energy of going to the storage unit to retrieve those supplies when I need to do stuff, it's so much time, and it's so much, like, energy, and I'm disabled, so it's too much. Like, it's too much for me to do, and I don't know. Pip, she qualified for sex. Ain't likely to do her combo physical and mental disability. Imagine how scary it would be to actually believe the sun was personally trying to get you. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm very cynical. I'm very cynical about this kind of thing. Not about people with disabilities, you know. But I am cynical about how, like, at least in the US, I don't know about anywhere else, but at least in the US can sometimes, some places are very quick to say, okay, this person is disabled, you know, like, they need the help, blah, blah, blah. Other times, the US is like, okay, well, you know what, this person does have, like, a horrific disability that makes it so that they do need, like, round-the-clock care, but it's not something that we, like, technically classify or whatever the fuck, so, you know, like, fuck them. They don't get anything. It's all over the place. It's really all over the place. People who desperately need help don't get the help that they need, and people that realistically don't need any help take resources from people that do need help. Like, that's a very, like, that's one of those things that, like, you're not supposed to say. But, like, Like, I've seen it, man. I've seen it. I've seen people take advantage of the system. And they over exaggerate and they admit to it. They admit that they'll over exaggerate things, and it's like a point of pride. Like, oh yeah, like I got all this money from the government and they gave me like an in-home caregiver, and now they're like basically my maid and shit, and you're like they use it as a flex. Some people do. My mom does that. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. You know, like I'm not personally in the position where somebody like is gonna say this kind of stuff and I'm immediately going to assume that they are telling the truth. You know, I'm just neutral about it. I don't know. I'm not saying they are in need. I'm not saying they aren't in need. I'm saying I don't know. Gaming Dynamics, thank you. Hi, Pippa. Hope tonight has been going well. My neighborhood caught fire and I was forced to evacuate. Holy shit. All I can hope for is that my family's house doesn't burn down. Otsu! Holy fuck. I hope you were able to get everyone and everything out that you could. And Jesus Christ. That's fucking scary, dude. I'm praying for you, man. Some people believe that the ends justify the means. I guess. Taking everything with a grain of salt is always a good idea. Palisades fire is moving towards Santa Monica. I didn't even know there was a fire in California. It's a bit early in the year for there to be fires, isn't it? Typical Panda, thank you. We need to bring back shame for some things. There's so many, like, this is like really like... Chat, they're putting this one in the fucking Twitter call-out post, but like, there's so many fucking people on welfare. Alright, speaking, like, people that I have, like, personally known. There's so many fucking welfare people that are like... They're fucking flexing. They're fucking flexing that they're on welfare. They're fucking flexing food stamps, and you're sitting there like, you're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole. People that flex being able to get welfare, and usually they'll work like an under the table job and shit, and you're sitting there like, you're fucking. Space Pie, thank you. We're getting insane high winds, hence fire in January. Muggle, thank you. It's called malingering. California, the fire state. True. Super windy here. The first ever episode of Family Guy was about Peter proudly getting the family on welfare. This is thank you. Pippa, remember my broken PC I was doing about last week? Fate conspired against me, but I won! It's fixed! I'm back on form! Windows 11 avoided again! Fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah. Alright. Okay, we read this one. That's number 21. The next up, that was in January. The next one's in April. Moving everything 2,000 miles! Alright. I mentioned in the last update that I moved from Seattle to the Midwest and I was working on getting all the supplies. Wait, did I read this one? No, okay. Marklet, thank you. We've encouraged victim mentality. I guess the government will just waste the money anyway. True. Everything sucks. Tickets are now purchased and my parents are helping me to get a pod-style moving crate. That's red flag. So that I can get everything in my storage unit moved to my current residence so there will be nothing standing in the way of finishing printing the card decks, the only part of publishing the game left, and getting the games in the mail for everybody. Also, the last few months of dealing with the spiritual pressures have really been getting much better, and I feel like I was able to communicate and work through all the issues so that I'm not feeling so constantly challenged by pressures anymore, which is great. I won't get into personal stuff here, since all you guys want is a fun board game, but I still have been journaling my adventure to make sense of these imbalances and pressures that have seemed to bother so many people. If you're curious, you can learn more in my DeviantArt journal. Oh. Pachi, thank you. Been down the 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴 rabbit hole before. This lady 100% has a few screws loose. If she's faking it, she deserves whatever she scammed. Oh. I don't know if I'm glad or sad to hear that. Neat people, thank you. Never spent money on super chats, but if I was to... Who would be here? On this stream! Well, I sit in a military classroom watching. What do you mean in a military classroom watching? What are you doing? Are you slacking off? Thank you for your first ever super chat! Oh, I appreciate it! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Also, what do you mean you're in the military and you're watching my stream? Are you part of the Navy? Are you gonna send the sun to plasma attack me? Lord Selving, thank you. It does not surprise me that someone this disordered, whose internal and external lives are so schizo, chaotic, and dysfunctional, would have difficulty accomplishing simple stuff. True. Rexel, thank you. My mechanic only has one arm, still does mechanic stuff, never been on welfare. Battery, thank you. Today is my birthday! Happy birthday, Battery! Happy birthday, Battery! Happy birthday to Battery! Happy birthday to you! I hope you and everyone else here had a good day. You too, man. You too. Air Force in my chair. Hell yeah, Chair Force, bro. Alright. Anyway, I do feel like I'm in the home stretch without any big problems standing in my way. It's only a matter of waiting until I can travel to Seattle and load up the pod and then get it all in my new place. Another nice thing is that now that I have an affordable place to live and no storage unit to pay for, I will have the budget to tackle any problems that might arise in the finishing the 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴 printing. Even if I need to buy a new printer, I can do that, although I think I figured out a way that I may be able to print the card decks on the industrial 4-color laser printer and use the thick cardstock. So I'm really looking forward to trying that method since it will be the quality that I was really hoping for. Printing the cards with an inkjet printer just felt like such a cop-out on the quality to me. I was originally planning on just getting a train ticket to Seattle and moving back only the stuff to finish 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴, but my parents offered to help me get all of my storage unit moved, so I couldn't refuse. Cheers, Molly. Great news, Molly. Congratulations on all the positive developments personally and 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴-wise. Sincerely, best wishes. So did you retrieve your things? Alright. So that was April. Now we're on to July. So I spent last week in Seattle loading up the shipping container with the stacks of paper, dice, glass tokens, packaging, laminating supplies, tag board, the printers, and other various parts that go into the finished game, and it's currently en route to be delivered to my new residence. Oh, I wanted to wait until I could unload the container and show pictures of all the supplies to you, but I figured it was better to do it now and also show pictures once I get it all unpacked and can display everything properly and then get down to finally getting this done ASAP. Hope everyone is having a great summer. Believe. Keep believing, bro. Oh, here's the picture. Setting up my workspace. Dun 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 dun. Nice, nice. I know they aren't seeing that game. They are not seeing this fucking game. The big boxes are for the black boxes that hold 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴. The frames are for the upper level backers who got some of the original artworks and sketches used in the game. And the metal and wooden boxes on the left are also for upper level backers who get special bonus packaging and other couple things such as metal glass token holder and the poster and extra content. It's been ready for release since late 2012, so it feels good to be finally putting them together. I posted the entire game online in my art gallery back then for print and play. It's still in my DeviantArt gallery if you want to read the manual or the cards or player cards. The main reason I didn't get the game sent out last year was because my roommates that I was living with in 2012 announced that they were moving only a few weeks before they moved in January of 2013. And I had to put all these supplies in storage and end up moving 2,000 miles because the cost of rent in Seattle had gotten too high for my disability allowance for me to move on a few weeks of notice. Holy fucking lore. If anyone doubts the validity of when these supplies were purchased, I kept all the shipping numbers and receipts, and they are all from mid-2012. It's been quite an ordeal over the last years. It felt like torture to have all the stuff purchased in the storage unit where I couldn't work on the game. But thanks to everyone who backed the game for being so patient with it. I should be able to start mailing out finished copies by the end of this month. I have a handful of them already mostly printed, so depending on ink and shipping costs, I might actually have some in the mail next week. If you need to update your mailing address, now is the time to double check your order and make sure you have the correct mailing address. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and this wouldn't have worked. But if the only issue that prevented her from finishing the game was the lack of a printer that could print on the cardstock that she already had, Why didn't she just, like, open up another funding for it? It was the Sun? True, it was the Sun. Go to a library. Like, I think she needs higher quality printers than that. This is the hang on, Midwest City, functional ADA compliant public transit, Amtrak track access. She moved to Chicago 100%. The Sun did it. It was like, she could have opened up funding, go to a print shop. She said she couldn't afford it. I don't know. She said she needed a new printer. So we'll say she needed a new printer. If she needed a new printer, and that was the only thing stopping her from being able to finish the game and ship it out, why didn't she open up another, like, a fundraiser? Not a Kickstarter, but just like a little fundraiser for existing backers and be like, hey, I need this money to buy this printer. If you do this, I will include this other thing when I've, like, released the game. You know? That sounds sus. It does sound sus. But it's better than waiting years, right? In order to save up her under $200 a month that she has left after rent to spend on a printer. Burrito Ziggy, you finished the game at least? What's Yandere Dev's excuse? True. That's really scummy, Pippa? I mean, so is not releasing the game for multiple years. Bad suggestion? Okay, Kelpie, what's your suggestion then? Kelpie, Kelpie, I'm reading chat, I'm waiting. I want to see, what is your suggestion instead? What should she have done instead? It's kind of crazy she bought printers for this when so many other board games dealt with companies to print for them, usually Panda and China, which always have delayed shipping. Do it like she did? You're insane. You're insane. Kelpie is an agent of the Sun. I should be able to... Wait, yeah, okay, I read all that. Alright, so that was August 16th. August 29th! I've had some people send me their updated mailing address since the last update, and I have noted those, but I think it's probably a good idea to make sure everyone is notified that I'm about to send the final product and give everyone a reminder. There's an opportunity to send me their updated addresses first. It appears that Kickstarter has recently changed their system for keeping backers' info, so I think I need to send out these surveys to get the mailing addresses now. So I'll be sending out backer surveys to everyone. If you've already sent your current info to me in a message, you don't need to repeat it, but you can if you like. It won't hurt. Here are some cell phone pictures I recently took in my workspace just to show a bit of the behind the scenes while I've been working this past week. Okay. There's the cards, alright. Just on the game update front, I recently made a couple edits to the manual to clarify trade, celestial bonding, and fix some wrong labels on the chart on page 14. Made a special box for the Kickstarter bonus deck, which you can see at the bottom of the first picture, and I'm currently researching the laser cutting costs of the local maker spaces for the upper level backers. Okay. Said that people are getting their copies. Awesome news. Look forward to the game. Wow, pictures. Can it be? How exciting! Thank you for coming through on this. Hell yeah. It can't go down from here, right? That was update number 25. Okay, season's greeting. Backer only. Update number 27. Still shipping 𝐏𝐿𝐴 and gift coming your way. Alright. What the hell is this? I want to give an update to this project and tell you about a gift I'm sending. My Jelly Pony. Cheery Bim Archer? The Lair of etc. Kettle? What is this? What the hell is this? Nothing bad to report anymore. The game is finished. Copies are still being made, and I'm still shipping them out when I can afford to. I thought the USPS would allow me to ship them via Meteorate, but they didn't. And so it's costing a lot more for me to send them out to the backers. One copy sent cross-country cost me $25, and I'm actually losing money on 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 now because I didn't budget for such a high shipping cost. That's typical. But do not fear, I'm not asking for anything from you but patience. As the game is shipping, the shipping mistake is my fault, and I'm meeting the cost from my own monthly budget. In the meantime, I've designed a new game, oh god, called Eternal War of the Candy Realms, and it's a much, much smaller game. Only about 85 cards, a couple dice, on a roll sheet. It's like a cross between Candyland and Game of Thrones. What? What? It's going to be much more affordable for me to have printed professionally, so no more printing problems, and to mail since it will neatly fit in the small padded USPS envelopes, so no shipping cost woes. I think it's actually going to be more fun than 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 because it has a much wider and more easygoing theme. It's designed to be easy enough that kids and drunk adults can play it at parties, and the cards and rules are already done, and it looks spectacular in my opinion. Where'd you get the money for this? Hey, Molly. Hey, Molly, where'd you get the money for this? What do you mean you're shipping out copies of the game when you can afford to? Where'd you get the money for this? Kurgan, thank you. She's sending them a different game, isn't she? Don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Okay. Actually, thank you, Pippa. That's $3 worth of clay and paper. Did you miss the part where she said 85 cards? This one doesn't look like it's just construction paper. Where'd you get the money for this? Why am I telling you this? Because everyone that backed 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 is going to get a free copy of Eternal War of the Candy Realms for being so patient with my cross-country move and the printing problems I was having, and the shipping miscalculation that made this project crawl along at such a slow speed. Why are you adding more shit? You haven't even sent everything out. I took on more than I should have. I wanted to make something really fantastic, and I guess my imagination ran away with it, so this new game is my attempt to impress you with humor, great art, and efficiency in game design. I've attached a few previews images of Eternal War of the Candy Realms, and I hope you accept a free copy of the finished game as a thanks for sticking with me. I just want my backers to be happy. I never wanted 3 years of production issues. I've been spending all my free time working very hard on Eternal War of the Candy Realms for most of this year, and I just finished the entire deck design a couple hours ago. Where'd you get the money for this? Joshua, thank you. 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 is on Tabletop Simulator Workshop. Molly? You're getting distracted, Molly. This game is based on an idea I had when I was a kid, but didn't know how to do until a couple months ago. I'm going to test it, do the rules sheet art, and then we'll be ready for its first printing. I'm hoping that selling copies of Eternal War of the Candy Realms will enable me to afford to finish mailing out all the copies of 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 to you much faster than my budget currently allows. 𝐒𝐒𝐴𝐏𝗶𝗽𝗶, thank you. Is this a plastic cup? The sculpting on this is pretty impressive. You know? I couldn't do this. I wonder if she made it herself? Or if she paid somebody else to make it. It's all foam and construction paper? Great news! Glad to hear about this. Looking forward to getting the game. Wonderful news. Candy Realm looks great. Glad to see you're keeping this updated. Have people been receiving copies? And they still being shipped? It's been a while since this update. Guess I can call this the first Kickstarter that I backed that never delivered. Uh-oh. What? Candy Realms? Haven't seen this either. It's about 6 months since an update. It seems that even the comments have trailed off as well. Any news? I would be happy just getting an update since we are not getting the game. It was a fever dream and just never meant to be. I've already accepted this, but would still be nice for closure for what was one of the first Kickstarters I'd ever backed. Hopefully you learned your lesson. Thanks, Molly. Thank you for reminding me to stay alert, even here on Kickstarter. Uh-oh. Okay, so that was in July. Update in March. 3 years later. It happens. Slow but basic. Oh boy, I love paying for one thing and getting something completely different. So, that's a time skip. That was a hell of a time skip. Hey y'all! Some of you may have seen the video claiming this Kickstarter is a failure and generally painting me up to look completely insane. You never, ever looked crazy when you were talking about how the sun was trying to kill you. So I wanted to respond here and just let you know to expect a copy of Eternal War of the Candy Realms printed and sent at my loss, to apologize to everyone that didn't get a copy of 𝐏𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼. Hey, what do you mean didn't get a copy of 𝐏𝐴𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼? Didn't you say you were shipping them out? Excuse me? What? I've already sent out some copies of Candy Realms to you and we'll be sending out more in a few weeks. If your address has changed recently, please message me and let me know. Why that game and not 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐼? Partly due to cost, but mostly because I feel it's a better game in every aspect, but it's not what people paid for! I stand by 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐼 being a fun and decent game. The rumor that it has no end is bull. Every conflict either discards a card or removes a point from your card or your character card's health. The number's on the side with the skull at the bottom that's explained very clearly in the manual, so the guys who claim to be reviewing it apparently didn't actually bother to read the manual. Anyway, I've been working on game design since I was a kid. My mom's friend Richard grew up in Lake Geneva and occasionally played in a campaign run by Gary Gygax. The D&D guy? Oh my god! Animated, thank you. First time I've ever seen someone sell hopes and dreams. Richard introducing me to gaming when he gave me his copy of AD&D and was enamored by tabletop gaming since. Yeah, I don't believe this. Kurgan, thank you. Called it. She was replacing it with the cheap game. You did call it. you did call it. Yeah, she knows a guy who knows a guy? Well, actually... Correction. Her mom knows a guy who knows a guy. Get your facts right. My best childhood pal, Matthew Mercer, and I would design settings and game systems almost constantly, always on search for a new refinement. An interesting culture or a fun new gimmick to try. Before I fell in love with music or found my bio-father's centurion ring in the basement? What? And became interested in gem collecting and jewelry, there was gaming. Only Lego, sewing, and my appreciation of Transformers figures came before gaming. What? And gaming consumed those other interests in my teens and 20s, so to have my first attempt at selling a game to be considered a failure really bothers me. I mean, it was a failure. People didn't get the fucking game. I've sold over $20,000 of Lego parts on Bricklink over the years. I've sold over 1,000 items on Etsy. I've been in gallery shows, magazines, and sold over 1,000 novelty prop items on eBay. And before this Kickstarter, I've only had one outspoken negative customer due to a personal emergency and her impatience. So it's somebody else's fault. Echo noise, thank you. So what went wrong? Space Pie, thank you. The real game is augmented reality. It's the augmented reality in our posts, yeah. I put some cool stuff into 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐼, but it was too ambitious for my first project, and deciding to print it myself was probably the main mistake that led to the budget problems and the partial failure. Can I be honest? I feel like Kickstarter isn't for regular people to make stuff with. And I know that kind of like goes against the idea of Kickstarter, that like anyone can make any project on Kickstarter, and if people like the idea enough, you can make it a reality. Even simple projects are a lot of work. Even simple projects take a lot of money. There's just so much that goes into even the most basic of things. Like, people look at like conventions, right? And they're like, oh, that like just make sure everything runs properly, bro. And it's like, whoa, there's like a lot going on there. There's a lot of moving parts there. If like look at how many people like open up like small businesses, right? They say most, what is it, like 80% of small business, right? Is it 80%? I don't remember the fucking numbers. Like the vast majority of small businesses fail in their first 7 years. 3 years? I don't remember. Point is, the vast majority of small businesses fail. 70% fail within 3 years. Okay. The vast majority of small businesses fucking fail. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of fucking work. It's a lot of things that you don't foresee. And when you don't have like a big team, you have to do everything yourself, right? So making a board game, that means you have to be in charge of getting the art. You have to read the next paragraph. Oh my god. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second, all right? Schizophrenia aside, you know, if you're making a board game, you have to either do the art yourself or get art. And if you don't have the ability to make the art, then you're gonna have to either pay somebody to make it, or, well, you're going to have to pay somebody to make it. You're gonna have to find somebody to make it, and people underestimate just how difficult that is. You're gonna have to fucking make sure everything is according to what it's supposed to be, which is another fucking hassle, because sometimes artists, like, they don't see your vision. You know, sometimes it's your fault, sometimes it's their fault, but it's just like something you're gonna have to deal with. That's just the art. Now there's like the printing part of it. Okay, are you going to take it to a print shop? Okay, well, now you have to deal with getting the materials to the print shop. Or if you're buying from like a printing service, then you have to fucking pay for that, and you have to like make sure everything's aligned properly and learn how to do all of that, and then you have to receive all of it, and now maybe there's extra parts to that, like the fucking quality control, making sure everything is printed properly. There's the unexpected hiccups of like, oh, well, this batch is actually like slightly off. Is it my fault or is it the printing company's fault? You know, there's so much you have to do. Kickstarter projects are just bound to fail by nature. I do admit that I wasn't able to send finished copies of the game to everyone before the budget ran out, but I never used the sun or the voice that I did isolate on the 1350 hertz frequency of carbon monoxide. This bitch had carbon monoxide poisoning. Daniel Sierra, thank you. We found Adoshi. When you organize your VTuber competition, have one of the games be Candyland X, Game of Thrones, or Game of the Sun. Stop from shipping. Oh, God. As excuses for my partial failure on this Kickstarter. Ignore the sun. Ignore the sun. Ignore the carbon monoxide alarm. I want to be clear that the budget ran out due to buying the wrong paper for the cards that ended up being too thick for my 4-color laser printer, having to buy a different printer to finish the cards, having to use more expensive ink, and not understanding that shipping charges are factored into the final backer amount of the Kickstarter. Those are real-world accidents and mistakes. I really don't appreciate the video trying to take my report of some of the unusual events out of context and trying to twist it into making it appear that I went crazy and or just ran off with your backing. What video is she fucking talking about? Random hater, thank you. You start to sound like Sakuna when you lecture. Oh god. Please rock, thank you. She would complete her game if she manifested ego. Pen, thank you. The Schumann resonance. She did both. She did both. You're kind of cooking. She kind of did both. You're kind of cooking. The sun made a video. I didn't. I still have all the receipts and all. I also documented myself using the materials I purchased to build a few stacks of finished copies of 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐸, and I have receipts of sending out as many as I could, with a bunch of them sent out at my cost after the funding had all run out. Here's my hot take. You should have just kept mailing them. You should just keep mailing them. Keep mailing them out. It's been 3 years. If you had kept mailing them out, if you had kept fulfilling your promise, you'd probably be done by now. I'm not excusing the failure to those of you who didn't get a copy. That's why I'm sending you candy realms. To those of you who haven't gotten 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐸, I just felt 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐸 wasn't my best work after I started playtesting candy realms. And if I'm going to be spending my money to send you a game, I want it to be my best game yet, not the only okay one that no one seems to love. I spent over 3 years designing Candy Realms, which was twice as long as the pre-production of 𝐏𝐴𝐚𝐿𝐼𝐴, and it's much more concise, has a stronger theme, tighter gameplay, better art, and a great, unique twist. So if I have to gift you to feel like I fulfilled your backing, why gift you the worst game? Because it's what they paid for? I hope that seems reasonable to you. It doesn't? What about the sun? As for the sun, it did actually harass me a bit, but it also ended up communicating clear enough that I understand why it did, and there's no hard feelings on my part. What? What? As for... What? Oh man, this is gonna get clipped. As for the accusation that I am racist. Motherfucker. It's gonna get clipped. Thank you. She's like you, Mom, thank you. Build up for the big reveal. Thank you. Chat! Hey, Mom, thank you. Say it all at once. Fuck. Ben, thank you. Adios, Chango, ayo. Oh, thank you. Say the line. Motherfucker. As for the accusation that I am racist, I am. I firmly believe that blacks are superior because I've burned in UV as far back as I can remember. I'd love to be able to run around outside and not burn. My mom has a sun allergy worse than I do, to the point where she takes medication for it. I didn't invent race, so please don't expect me to pretend I don't burn in UV. Maybe that light sensitivity is what led to the argument I got caught up with between the part of the sun and the carbon. I don't know. I did some research into CEO and UV, and I feel that I understand enough of what was occurring that I'm not really bothered by it anymore. I won't post about that here because it's not appropriate or relevant to this Kickstarter. Anyways, I get that Dan Ibbetson's channel is based on making comedy videos and not on strict journalistic integrity, so I'm not holding it against him. I actually sent him a copy of Candy Realms to check out a few weeks ago, which he told me he did an unboxing of during a live stream, and he likes the artwork but hasn't tried playing it as of this update. Fuck. What was that, dude? Where did that come from? Where did that fucking come from? Nobody was talking about that. No, but I checked every update. Nobody said she was racist. Holy fuck. What the fuck? Oh my god. Channel Art, thank you. You may want to check out the interview she did with Slope's Game Room. Oh god. Super Bear, thank you. I'm officially taking the sun side in this fight. Holy shit. 772, thank you. At least we know why the sun has it out for. Yep. The sun is also racist. The sun hates white people. Sean Jackson, thank you. 2011 gamers. Yeah, we're gonna give our money to the devs. That'll save gaming from the evil corpos. Turns out the devs were the problem the entire time. Making this golden gear, thank you. What a twist. Holy fuck. Okay, why is it taking so long to send out Eternal War of the Candy Realms? I wanted to take my time and show that I learned from my mistakes. I wanted to make sure I was providing the best game I could make at this point in my life. I was disabled in a motorcycle accident in 2003 and live on $750 a month, which is mostly used on rent and food, so I can only afford to send out a handful of games each month. I wanted to playtest the game with a few different groups to make sure it was ready before I sent it to you. I didn't update before this because I don't like to waste your time with an update unless I have something concrete to report. Alright, counterpoint. Most people would rather you waste their time with shittier updates and have an update versus 3 years of silence! That's what they do. Maybe the son told her she was racist. Maybe. I have begun sending Candy Realms out, so when you get it, please don't hesitate to tell me what you think. Recap, if you haven't gotten a 𝐏𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐴, you won't get one. But I have already started sending out copies of Eternal War of the Candy Realms. Please accept it as my apology and attempt to fulfill my promise to you. No. The son and CL voice were not the cause of 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴's partial failure. My mistakes and resulting budget problems was. I did not go crazy and or run off with backer money. Sorry so long. Hope everyone is doing well. I look forward to receiving my copy of Candy Realms. Is it possible to find the digital materials for 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 online somewhere? And are you requesting updated mailing addresses before shipping? Hey, is nobody gonna talk about the part where she says she's racist? Is everyone gonna skip over this part? Okay, next update. Update number 29. This one was in 2018. Last one was in March. This one's in April. More games mailed. I made a big postal trip yesterday and sent out a copy of Candy Realms to everyone that sent me their updated addresses last month. If you are one of the backers still waiting to get anything, please send me your address just to make sure I have the current one, and I will add you to the list for mailing out next month. Update number 30 of May of 2018. The first 2 batches of Candy Realms have been sent out, and you should have had a month or 2 to try it out, so I'm curious if you like it. For everyone who hasn't got it yet, rest assured I'm still sending out copies. If those who got theirs would be willing to share their review, positive or negative, it would help to show everyone that I am at least sending them out. It's not what people paid for. Super Bear, thank you. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or a 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 dev their stance on albino people. Eugenics. Oh my god. I don't want anyone to mistake Candy Realms as a cheap bone thrown at you. It is. I spent more time and budget making Candy Realms than I did on 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. No, you didn't. And I stand by my claim that it's absolutely a better and more enjoyable game than 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. Also, if this is true, I spent more time and budget making Candy Realms than I did on 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. Well, that's interesting, because you were working on 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 and Candy Realms at the same time. But you were saying you didn't have the money to ship out 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. So... you kind of put yourself in a corner there, didn't you? What do you... excuse me. And I stand by my claim that it's absolutely a better and more enjoyable game than 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴. I had years more experience behind me when I made it. Chat, here's my theory. This update where she posted this, I am 100% convinced. Like, undoubtedly, this is 100% what I believe. She got bored of making 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 and wanted to make this other game. And instead of spending her money on finishing 𝐏𝐿𝐼𝐴 to ship out to people, she spent all of her money on clay and construction paper to make this shit instead. Also, there are a few people remaining who haven't updated or confirmed their addresses with me. I'm still sending out copies, so message me and I'll add you to the next batch. Thanks, guys. I really wish you loved the game, and if you don't, it's okay to let me know. Also, if you post your review as a video, send me a link and I'll add it to my Kickstarter for Candy Realms, which just relaunched yesterday. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. You have some time. You have some of the only copies of the game, so you are positioned to tell potential buyers if it's worth their time or not. Peace. Oh my god. I never received anything. Ray, you have to go with me your updated address and a message like the previous 3 updates I mentioned. It's been a few years. Hi Molly, I've not received a copy yet, but I did send you an updated address via messages back in March. Please let me know if you received that update. If not, I will send it again. I still have not gotten anything. Yes, Stefan, I did get your addy, and you are on the list for the next batch to be sent. Chat, I don't think she's shipping anything out to anyone. I don't think anyone's getting anything. The final one was in 2023. November 2023. So, pretty fucking large gap in time. The update number 30 was in 2018. Update number 31 is in 2023. Let's see what she says. It called me 𝐏𝐴𝐻 today, so let's do a little imagination exercise. Let's say I did everything perfectly. I designed the game just right. Kickstarter took their $1,800 and I used the remaining $6,000 to buy supplies, and I didn't have the paper thickness problem or the printer ink issue. Let's pretend I didn't have to buy that second printer or its more expensive ink, and you didn't announce a huge postal rate increase a huge couple months before the Kickstarter ended. More fucking excuses that didn't exist. Bandana, thank you. The last Roman, thank you. Each order has a delivery time of 3 to 5 business years. Background noise, thank you. Did the sun finally win? Seems like it. The Seymour family didn't betray me that December. And telling me they were moving to a new house in 3 weeks, leaving me essentially homeless at Christmas of 2012. Let's pretend I didn't lose hundreds of dollars shipping out the copies that did go out. Instead of only producing and sending out 54 copies of the game, some even with free copies of Eternal War of the Candy Realms, I was able to make all 85 copies of 𝐏𝐴𝐻, and everyone who got it loved it. How would that ideal 𝐏𝐴𝐻 be different and improved over the actual game design as it was published and sent out to my backers? Well, the game would exist. So that's a start. The game would exist. I'm not sure what you're asking. Let's explore in detail how it would have grown in popularity. No, that's not what we're discussing. That's not what we're discussing. Actually, what we're discussing is the fact that people didn't get their game. Not that the game didn't get more popular, but that people who paid money for this didn't get their copies. Who is going to be the biggest supporter of it? I don't know, maybe the Sun would have been happy. Who would have recommended it in a review? I don't know, probably no one, because the game seems like dog shit. What kind of marketing and merch was supposed to happen? I think you're living in a fantasy world. Most games do not have merch. 99.9% of games do not have merchandise. Especially not board games. What kind of game conventions was I supposed to go to spread the game? You didn't have to do that. How was it going to go from that initial 80 Kickstarter backers to the next 100 copies sold, then the first 1,000 copies? It didn't need to do that. People who paid for it just needed to get their game. It's totally fine for even the best game in the world to have only ever sold 80 copies. It's perfectly fine. Would it be a shame if it didn't sell 1,000 copies? Yeah, that'd be a shame. But it's fine. It's fine. The people who bought it got it, and it's fine. It doesn't need to sell 1,000 copies. Like, what are you going on? Yeah, if it's limited run, that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's not indicative of a bad game. It's not indicative of a bad product that it only sells 80 copies. It's fine. Please explain exactly what that successful 𝐏𝐴𝐻 narrative was supposed to be. The people who paid for their game got their game. That's it. What unique features of 𝐏𝐴𝐻 was supposed to be considered its strongest point? The 13-path gameplay mechanic, the living sun resource mechanic, the systematic engine building mechanic, the relationships built between different levels. I don't know, whatever people liked. What was supposed to be everyone's favorite features of the game? Don't know. I never got the game. How much profit was I supposed to make on each copy? Well, if you had planned well, maybe you would have made some sort of profit, but you fucked up. So now you have to eat the losses. This is not complicated. In an ideal world, you would make $100 per copy, but like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean? You're moping. How is it supposed to be picked up by a publisher and mass-produced for the wider public? It doesn't need to be. If you've ever been to a game store, which it sounds like this person does. It sounds like this person loves board games and goes to game conventions and goes to game stores. And if you've ever been to a game store, usually there's a little section for local games that haven't been picked up by massive publishers. There's usually like smaller publishers localized to certain regions. Not every game needs to be Wingspan. There's actually a lot of just tiny little locally made games out there. It's like not. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Were they going to buy the individual rights to that one game in a large sum? Probably not. No. Or were they going to immediately recognize my skill at single-handedly designing such a huge and awesome game and offer to hire me as a designer and artist full-time? No. No, they weren't going to do that. How many hundreds of thousands or millions of copies of the game were supposed to sell to the wider public? None. How much money was I supposed to make in profit from that one game getting popular? $3 million? $10 million? None. Ego much? Yeah, she has a ego on her. Her defense of not sending out people's copies of the game is that it wasn't gonna do enough for her. Charlie Spur, thank you. Pipopoly is my favorite local game. This is delusional. After all, you told me to make the game. Surely you had its success in mind. No, they just had the game in mind. They just wanted the game. It's a valid reason? No, it's not. It's not. This is not a valid reason. A valid reason to not send out copies of the game would be you fucking died. Sorry, I fucking died. I can't send out copies of the game. People paid for the game. They want the fucking game. Send out the fucking game. Prospect, thank you. The funny thing is that the cards is one of the easiest projects to do. There's a whole industry to handle from A to Z. I know an artist that all he did was draw and submit the design and service fee. Ryuki, thank you. Are you actually a sleeper agent of the sun? Possibly. You certainly didn't tell me to make the game simply because you only had its failure planned, along with a huge set of gotchas and setups and traps for me, right? Bro. What? They just wanted the game. Anti-Dylan, thank you. Yeah, I could give you what you paid for, but $7,000 in my pocket would have been a lot more convenient. Yep, Charlie's brother, thank you. She should have thought about all that before she made the Kickstarter. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my fucking god, dude! Don't make me say this again! Don't make me say this shit, bro! Bro! The clips, bro! Oh, fuck, man. GP's like you. Jesus fucking Christ, racist lady. It's not that deep. The truth is, you accused me of racism because I had worked through the false allegations against me that I was unsafe for children by 2011. What? You know what? I'm gonna start saying this to my detractors. I'm gonna start saying this to my detractors. You're only calling me racist because I beat the Lolicon allegations. Again, thank you, calling it all Clippers to be ready. Scarlet Skies, thank you once again. Your sacrifice is appreciated. The Lolicon allegations have not been beat, by the way, but it's okay. You still wanted me to fail because you couldn't handle that I had you still wanted me to fail, because you couldn't handle that I had exposed the evil black racist who falsely accused me. The Horton family beating the crying 2-year-old upstairs from my apartment with a bop, which they had blamed on me to avoid consequences. What? I thought you liked black people. I thought you liked black people too! What happened to blacks being superior? I was that annoying white person who figured out that evil black racist people were dominating UV's chlorophyll narrative. What? 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 John Garrison, thank you for putting me on the screenshot. Let's say thank you, Doc, for the blood buzz. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What? What? Panification, thank you. I may be racist, but at least I'm not a lolicon. Sure, Max, thank you for your service. Max, thank you. They were poisoned by the sun's UVs. Yeah, big chlorophyll. Oh, God. Alright, glad, thank you. Chris Bro, man, dude, guy, thank you. Windstorm in SoCal, tree crushed my neighbor's shed. Tree behind my house, shared in half. And if it falls, it might crush my grandma and I's rooms. I very much hope that you are sleeping in a part of the house that is safer. Please do not sleep in your rooms if they are prone to having a tree crush them, because that will kill you. That will kill you. I want to be 100% clear. A tree falling on your bedroom will kill you. 9 times out of 10. Please. Choose a different part of your house to sleep in. Zentetsu, thank you. The plants are in on it. Dynamic Doodle, thank you. Is there any allegation Pippa has beat? If you cannot... Well, I don't know how safe that would be. I was gonna say, you just gotta move to a different part of the house, bro. I was gonna say maybe you can, preemptively cut down the tree, but if the wind is that bad, then probably don't risk it. Then Matt Gaming, thank you. Pippa, this whole story... Line has to be worth 7k. Burritos, thank you. You paid too much attention to the sun. You didn't realize the sun had its allies, the plants! Background noise, thank you. These updates are more fun than the game ever was. Oh, God. Okay, I had documented in detail that I wanted to be a natural fair huntress of the garden, that I identified as an intersex angel without functioning sex organs, as the opposite of plants having both, and that I supported parthenogenetic cloning of my tribe's children instead of children being sexualized to break their holy seals laying with beasts called husbands. What? What? Chat, is this feminism? Cartoon Foxes, thank you. I don't understand. The ran against the sun, the dominant UV chlorophyll narrative, pathogenic cloning of her children, so they identify as a plant. Bro, I don't know. They're the anti-plant. I demonstrated exactly what the stellar culture was hoping someone would eventually learn. What? I single-handedly introduced this planet to the idea of pink or green being the rightful division of life and death. That plants are an essential function of inward moving death pressure as part of our planet's relationships with each other. That the pink throne is supposed to be the position of free will earned by hunting and eating their darkers who have been rightfully death pressured into a food source. Chet, is this racist? I don't know what I'm saying. There could be only one disease of full plant reclamation, and that the ring revolt is building enormous ceramic icosahedrons like this planet to turn suns into fuel sources. Super Bear, thank you. That DeviantArt blog has got me wild. I gotta check out the DeviantArt blog after this. And it got millions of views on the internet. I was the lady who made everyone racist. That's what they say about me, too. Max Euphemism, thank you. Freak called included with your card game. Oh, boy. I exposed that black culture was using its influence over UV to attack anything on the planet that got too close to being a fair huntress, which was the ultimate goal of animal evolution in stellar culture. There was no chance that 𝐏𝐿𝐴 was going to be successful. Okay, Drexel, thank you. Clearly she's a zombie. I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. And since we know no white or Asian people have ever turned into black people naturally. Hey, give me a moment. Jeremy Christopher, thank you. Fuck the game. This is the ultimate energy at this point. As drama, conspiracy, and topical social commentary. I'm booked. Okay. Okay. And since we know no white or Asian people have ever turned into black people naturally, and this planet only has one race of females on its pink opposite of plant throne, you were essentially accusing me of being a normal woman on the pink throne. You set me up to fail because you didn't want to deal with the success I already had. Goodbye, Miss Molly. Wow, this is a lot. Still waiting on the game, though! Mr. Spacebar, thank you, perfect face hire. Holy shit. There is only one race of women. Pink women. Okay, what was the name of that DeviantArt blog? Let me just preemptively censor this. I think it was called Pork Shanks. Let's see. Brilliant Bucks, thank you. Hold on. Pork Shanks DeviantArt. Brilliant Bucks, thank you. I'm beginning to think she never intended to send anyone a game after all. Still Chiba, thank you. Is she going to transform into a black person now? Maybe. I think DeviantArt is down right now. Maybe. Or my VPN is upset. Background noise, thank you. Pippa already owns the pink throne. I'm getting 403 error. The request could not be satisfied. Request blocked. We can't connect to the server for this app for website at this time. Your VPN is protecting you. Works on my machine? Okay, it's probably my VPN. Can thank you. Now she's opened her eyes. I can't help but notice all these damn orchards blasting their oh my god. OMGB, thank you. I think she posted this to like claim insanity. Supernova, thank you. Pippa, you are pink. You are on the throne. Oop. Be back. Be back. I think her account is gone. I think... Hold on. Oh, yep, account deactivated. Well, that was a waste of time. Hold on, I'm turning my... It was self-deleted. Huh. Well, fuck. Is there an extensive archive out there anywhere? I found a Artist Beware on her. For those of you who don't know, Artist Bewares are like a PSA that like somebody is scamming people. BTNF, thank you. They didn't want her speaking the truth. Yeah, the sun deactivated her DeviantArt account. Okay, beware! Pork Shanks / Molly Friedrich. This was posted in 2020. Wait. Or is it 2010? I don't know. Tribute, thank you. Archive link in 𝐿𝐴 channel. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let me see. I'm fucking blind. Hold on. I'm super fucking blind. One moment. There it is. Okay. Alright. Alright. I got the link. Thank you. Thank you, Chili. And everyone else posting it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. It's also in mod chat. Thank you, thank you. So pork shanks. Steampunkish is their group. They've been a deviant for 8 years as of 2015. Eternal War of the Candy Realm. What does her gallery look like? Is there an archive of her gallery? Let's see. Let's see. A deviant indeed. Let's see what she creates. Oh fuck, chat. This is what she's spending all her goddamn money on. I guarantee it. I guarantee. Here's the Eternal War of the Candy Realm stuff. I guarantee she was spending her money on arts and crafts instead of working on 𝐏𝐴𝐽𝐿𝐼𝐶𝐻. God damn it, dude. 2010's DA is so wild, yeah. Yeah, only $200 a month, by the way. Sure. So what's this from 3 hours ago? This was back in September 10th of 2015. I'm thinking I'm starting to see... Hi, Uruka. Now I don't want to finish my sentence. Interesting time to raid in. Accidental division of humans by melanin? Your melanin is exploding because... I can't say that! Arclight, thank you for the 5 gift PPs! That's racist sounding. I know. UV is attacking Caucasian melanin and breaking it up on the molecular level and causing it to explode into light. And it hurts me sometimes, so I'm challenging UV and carbon monoxide. It is filtered through the ionosphere to explain why it's protecting people in the deserts, but it refuses to give me equality and protect me. I'm not a huge fan of racism. Can somebody clip that? I'm not a huge fan of racism. Wait, let me say it more seriously. I am not a huge fan of racism. Okay, please clip that. Please use that one. Use that one. Oh my god. Okay, the sun and earth work together to build plant life, and the plant life influences the other elements to build animals, and things like interstellar carbon monoxide that get extracted by animals create things like gender in different races. What? Taking an animal's body over with the sun and soil and trying to turn them into a plant also influences gender, age, race, and disease. Bro, this sounds like the plotline of a JoJo arc. This sounds like shit Araki would write. I'd love to see everything become evolution, moving us towards plants or moving us towards womanhood, and have no more inferior races like pets and livestock. What? Anytime an animal claims part of the land or light, they are claiming equality with the plant life that are created by the sun and the earth, and everything else would evolve into equality with womanhood. So the issue remains, UV light, why are you attacking Caucasian skin and breaking it apart on the molecular level? How is that not racist behavior? Equal to mouse, thank you. Wait, what the fuck? Are we still on Kickstarter? Thanks, Rock, thank you. Hey, Pippa, just joined stream. I wanted to say your melanin is exploding because... Okay. Okay. UV light has been observed racially dividing humans into light and dark skin, but unable to convince any other element or light frequency that it's dividing us correctly. It appears that UV is informed by carbon monoxide attempting to create radiant stars, breaking up the melanin of Caucasians and fertile growing planets, feeding healthy light and soil the melanin, but behavior is supposed to be dividing humans, or is it a mistake of some sort? Iron, please explain why you are trying to make my kidneys or my hemoglobin broken and white. Whenever UV stops agitating my melanin. UV appears to be breaking up your hemoglobin and turning it into healthy feminine radiant white blood cells to attack the carbon that it agitates into flooding you with stressful masculine planet signals. I don't like that it got quiet. I don't like that it got quiet there. What does the BGM know that I don't? I think someone should have part of their body exploded into light just for being born to a non-desert family. You might be a racist. What? I think you. It was the accident she mentioned that changed everything for her, I bet. I wonder, dude. If you think someone should have part of their body... you might also be targeting plants with living ecosystems and trying to kill them. That's also behavior that catalyzes and affects everything except silicon. Killing everything but desert culture keeps silicon stable. That's why goals are to buy up land, strip all the resources out of it, and convince everyone to make corpses and sewage nettable to plants. I'm hoping that'll be enough to help from me to keep the sand stable. You said you believe that a perfect evolutionary system should move beings to become plants or women. If life only made women or plant life, what would we do about meat? We would have to decide what moves someone toward being built by the sun and earth as a plant. Maybe if you claim to own part of them? I'm simply trying to draw attention to the fact that being born with certain genitals does not equal being a land owner or having sway over UV light. Deciding you own part of the land or sun can't be allowed to be successful. Our greedy, dominating mindset poisons the sun to stop shining or to begin favoring some frequencies of light over others. So, like, what she's saying is that men prefer to have, like, blue headlights and women like the yellow headlights because they're warmer. Or it neglects growing and protecting plant life, which is what light and soil should be doing for a healthy environment. And it will eventually happen. The relationship that protects plants is already endangered by gender. Men can't keep houseplants alive. I'm not worried we will ever run out of greedy creatures to eat for meat. I'm worried that we aren't allowed to eat UV racists or landlords. Capitalism is bad. If you claim the light or the land, they should claim you right back. An eye for an eye. But you said making anything other than plants and white women is not healthy for the environment. What? I don't know. I don't know. Cody Bar, thank you. You think Smash Mouth's walking on the sun is like her MK Ultra kill command? Micronoise, thank you. Pippa the Schizo Whisper. Okay. I'm trying to understand what she's trying to say. And from what I gather, the sun is racist because it's in cahoots with the earth to create black people and to kill white people. And men are more destructive and greedy and aligned with the sun and are arguing with her that she shouldn't be racist. But she's saying that she's not racist. So she's saying that plants are like are a positive created by the sun and the earth. And don't go against like a peaceful society. They're like a feminine, like everything that's bad is masculine because it's destructive and greedy, and everything that's feminine is like creating life and healthy. And so plants are feminine. I think I'm understanding this, but maybe I'm just making sense out of nonsense. It seems so. Scarf Boy, thank you. The sun is... Oh my god. But what's iron? Iron is part of the earth and thus masculine aligned. But it's like another entity. It's like another character. And she's saying that she discussed with Iron that it's not fair that if she avoids the sun, that Iron will kill her. Because she's saying that the liver, kidney. Basically, her organs are gonna fail if she doesn't have iron. I don't know why she thinks iron comes from the sun, or that it has like a relation to the sun, but I don't know. Altamar, thank you. Rabbit Girl taking us down an epic rabbit hole. She wants to be a plant. I think she wants to be a plant. I don't know. Why did you even ask about meat then? If you know that we're supposed to be women and plants. Okay, so again, she's saying that like feminine aligned stuff is positive. Asking about meat is essentially asking for permission to be a cannibal. So she's saying because everything is supposed to be women and plants, if you are to eat meat, you are saying you want to eat women or plants. And she's saying that's bad. You should live off of the sun's energy instead of masculine aligned stuff. Salachiba, thank you. JoJo's Part 1, Sunlight Racist Overdrive. She endorses cannibalism. No, she's saying cannibalism, that if you want to eat meat, that's cannibalism because everything is supposed to be either a woman or a plant. So what you would be eating, that meat, would be a woman or a plant. Oh my god. So I responded with the absolutely healthiest framework for becoming a cannibal. I'm willing to give up meat entirely if livestock animals gained human rights. If they legalized hunting down melanin hoarders or landlords to save our environment, I'd do that too. Might be fun. I'm gonna start with the first part. I'm willing to give up meat entirely if livestock animals gained human rights. So she's saying that it's hypocrisy that like somebody's like performing a gotcha on her. That like, okay, I'll stop eating meat as it is now if livestock gains human rights, because realistically, like, we should all be equal. But we're not. So I'm going to partake in society as it is now because it's all wrong anyways. Look, man, thank you. She's kind of right. Iron comes from dead stars. The second part, she talks about wanting to hunt down and kill black people. If it would save the planet. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck, bro? And landlords. And landlords. Don't forget landlords. Black people and landlords. My god. Oh my god. Okay, she needs to be locked up. She needs to be locked up. That's exactly what it says. That is exactly what it says. I am doing my best to translate crazy. But I'm 100% right in this interpretation. Because there's no other interpretation of it. If they legalized hunting down melanin hoarders, who, like, this is how she refers to the black people, or landlords to save our environment, I'd do that too. And she's saying she's including landlords because she has an issue with getting kicked out from her fucking apartment. But also, they're like a masculine aligned energy because they're greedy. Super Bear, thank you. I'm gathering that she had the world's worst sunburn lined up perfectly with a schizophrenic break and is begging the sun to attack men instead. I think so, yes. At the same time, that same time-worn accusation against carbon monoxide that is introduced to the electrical grid to feed off of. I have no idea what her fixation is on carbon monoxide. Okay, video is not available. Maybe that's for the best. Mike Shorts, thank you. First thing I came into this Pippa saying, kill black people. Do not kill black people. I shouldn't have to say that. But don't do that. Or landlords, for that matter. Don't kill black people or landlords. Lindsay, thank you. The second coming. Oh my god. Island Jungle, thank you. Melanin Hoarder will release her Kickstarter delivers a new slur DLC. Oh god. Do I even need to mention at this point that most of the metaphorical information in Doctor Who is based on elements clearly listening to carbon monoxide? Okay. I don't know if she likes carbon monoxide or not. Let's hope it's from CO losing and communicating its mindset into other elements by breaking down easily, or from communicating into the sun directly and therefore becoming the most interesting thing for light to ponder. I think she's saying carbon monoxide is good and Doctor Who is good because the metaphors in Doctor Who were inspired by carbon monoxide. Okay. Plants aren't racist when they inform the elements to create us. Right, thank you. Are we giving up on say-so, Pippa? Getting back to our roots? I'm still say-so! I'm just reading. Jaws, thank you. Instructions unclear. Ben is stuck in toaster. Why would anyone want to take that sea monoxide poison inside their body? I'm asking UV to explain why it's dividing humans into light and dark skin, because either it has a good reason or it doesn't. Either its reason will help us survive and it will spread. What? Or it's wrong and racist and should be challenged. So far, wrong and racist. At best, it's sea monoxide intended for the sun, contaminating humans by telling us melanin should end up in the soil and Caucasians are light. Okay. If I'm understanding this correctly... so she's saying that she's discussing... Wait, okay, hold on. Why would anyone want to take that carbon monoxide inside their body? Okay, so she's saying... I think... that... like, she's arguing for carbon monoxide poisoning. I guess. Or she's... maybe not carbon monoxide poisoning, but she's arguing that we should have carbon monoxide inside of ourselves. And she's asking the sun why it's being racist. Or if there's like a master plan that she doesn't understand. But right now, she believes it's racist. At best, it's carbon monoxide intended for the sun. I don't know what she means by that. Contaminating humans by telling... like... I think she's saying... I could be way off here. But I believe she's saying carbon monoxide... is actually like a neutral entity. And it's like manipulating people into being racist. No, I don't know. Lute Awakening, thank you. Askaru. Last Roman, thank you. I can't wait for her to write a book about our metaphysical schizo ideas. It would be a global bestseller. Clearly, Big Sunscreen created her. Kincaid, thank you. Racism. Oh my god. Isn't neutral. I don't know what she's saying. Hold on. It's not an accident that carbon monoxide is influencing UV into using melanin to mark a culture that needs to join the soil and learn how to grow plants. So you are saying this planet kills everyone because the elements are trying to protect the one group that carbon monoxide is certain must die. If you challenge carbon monoxide, you are challenging the mind of the second most common molecule in space that holds everything together. Okay, so she's saying that basically the planet doesn't want people with melanin and that they need to return to the Earth while Caucasian people are... She's saying that the Earth is saying that they're a higher life form, I guess, or that they're the intended life form. Now it's fighting me and claiming that white people don't do anything to help the environment. Okay, so now she's saying that the carbon monoxide, aka like the planet, told her this, and now carbon monoxide is going back on its word. White people were chosen to radiate their healthy cultures to help grow plants because they are from space that didn't create desert. Now many of the white cities are in danger of losing their relationship with plants. Witness the drought in California. What did you think would happen if you protected the desert? Bro, did you think that not teaching melanin to grow plants would have a breaking effect on the environment? Whoa! Okay, I just saw what else she says. Okay, this lady is cooked. Okay. This lady has issues. This lady has really bad issues. Oh my god. Did you just figure that out? Kind of, yeah. Because now that, like, I'm reading everything, like, fully put together, anime document, thank you, it goes from feeling like somebody potentially just, like, schizo-posting to get out of having to fulfill their Kickstarter. You know, like, oh, I'm so crazy. And you start to see, like, the foundations of her very irrational logic. Autonomous, thank you. Closest we will get... Oh my god. Record thank you. Keep going, we're learning a lot. Group singular shit is basically the giant exposition jump at the end of a JRPG before you fight God. I thought she was just trolling us. I thought she was just trolling us, but it's gone on for so long. And I'm starting to fit the pieces together of like, okay, so before she used to like worship to some extent. Well, no. Hold on, Jaws, thank you. It sounds like someone read esoteric writings and social justice theory backwards at the same time while dropping acid, and this is a result. It feels like she's somebody who cares a lot about the environment and wanting to be spiritually fulfilled. And also has a bad case of schizophrenia. And so, in her desires to be like environmentally friendly, it's warped into sort of worshiping the environment. And what does the natural environment stem from? The sun. Because if we didn't have the sun, we'd be a fucking desert. And if the desert is the opposite of the environment that we have now, then that must mean that the desert is bad. And what else is bad? Men. Because it sounds like in 2011 or whatever she said, she was accused of doing bad things to a child by a man. And who was that man? It was a black man. And who has more... how do I say this? Okay, she's saying that, like, originally, like, people, like, from Africa are black. And if Africa is, like, largely a desert in some part, in some places, or, like, oh god, it sounds so bad. I mean, it is bad, but basically, she's, like, creating this, like, positive and negative, and the things that she holds dear are the positives, and they're all like linking together, like, because like you don't need as much melanin in your skin if you're in a like forested region or in an area that doesn't have as much sunlight, then that means that you are better, but also because this and that. And it's like, she's making excuses to be racist. She is. But I don't think it's necessarily a master plan. Like, I don't think all of this is concocted to justify her racism. I think that she just is racist, and so it ties into it. Skeptical Panda, thank you. Pippa, I can see your sanity dropping in real time. She's justifying her racism. She's justifying her entire worldview. She actually believes it. Indeed she does. Okay, what else does she have on here? Maybe this is why Molly got called racist. I think this might be why Molly got called racist. I forget how you check people. There we go, journal. Meek Little Mouse, thank you. People aren't our enemy. The sun is. This asshole is giving us all cancer. We need to start throwing cans. Join me, brothers. Racism and sexism. Landowner distraction. Skimming for slurs. I think we're good. Okay. How can you hold us responsible for claiming all the gifts of life from the Daystar and dominating everything? Look at how badly we moderate skin color and gender with our ability to influence soil. Is the essential idea I'm feeling comfortable with right now. So now she's worshipping the sun? I guess now she's worshipping the sun. She's flip-flopped. Now she likes the sun again. I guess she's kind of always like the sun. I guess it feels like her interpretation of the sun is that it's kind of like a volatile deity. Is the sun bad or good? It seems like the sun is a volatile deity that needs to be in balance. I think that's the concept behind the pink and the green thing. She flip-flopped on race too. She did. Look at how badly. Okay. I don't know what this is. Because we are rushing into a world where all jobs will be taken by robots and slave labor, and while I do believe that we should try to find a way to encourage landowners to share more and lower rent and living costs, I still don't think there is any excuse for masculinity, because it starves the plant life and allows landowners to harm everyone with racism, sexism, and disease. Okay, so this just ties into the last thing. Carbon monoxide seems to be bored a lot, and it's poison for both the plant life and people. And it can do things differently from the soil and atmosphere, so maybe carbon monoxide can help us influence landowners? Okay, so carbon monoxide is a negative entity that she wants to harness. Alarm, thank you. I wonder what she thinks of the moon. Good question. What awakening, thank you. Freaky ass sun always trying to caress my skin. That racism is bad. I don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, I do know. Chat. Okay. Carbon monoxide seems to be bored a lot, and it's poison for plant life and people, and can do a lot of things differently from soil and atmosphere. So maybe, okay. I'm worried that landowners will try to carefully share their suffering with me without sharing anything else. Thank you. This is so tragic, but this reminds me of Terry Davis a bit. Hyperconnectivity and bizarre connection, making is an underlooked trademark of psychosis. Yeah, definitely Terry Davis vibes. Although I'd say this might sound deranged. I don't think Terry was like intentionally. Well, I don't think this person is. I don't know. I was gonna say I don't think like Terry was intentionally hateful. I don't know if this person is. I don't know. Valid concern. Molly using extreme black and white gender and skin color is what? I don't know what this is. I live in Asia. Taijutsu is an ancient Chinese religion. What? Some of these in the side look interesting. Satan is just because she births Jesus. What? Cisco Kid, thank you. Sunstar Power Transform. I am Sailor Sun. Huh. How can we reduce racism? East versus West. Men on pause. What the... Oh my god, it's 10 p.m. Chat, there's two things I lose track of time with. schizophrenia, and 𝐒𝐲𝐜𝐢. Dog, thank you. I don't believe this is real. It's got to be a psyop. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh no! No, there's no. Oh fuck! There's no archive of this. Oh wait, this is the YouTube. There's no archive of this one either, though. The Satan is just birth to Jesus. Fuck. God damn it. That fucking sucks. That fucking sucks, man. Maybe if I keep scrolling through, it'll be on this archive? It might still be in here. I think it will be. I think it just scrolls infinitely. Arclight, thank you. Oh, it doesn't. Menopause might actually explain her mental issues. I think it's more than menopause. I think it's more than that. We should probably call it here for tonight. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much for this. I had prepared a bunch of other... Well, not a bunch of other stuff, but I had prepared like... Oh, let's look at this one, and this one, and this one. And I was going to talk about actually a VTuber convention that seems like it never happened. I can't find any information on this except for the planning stages for it, and it was funded. So I was curious to talk about it, but I guess we won't get to do that. So VTuber Kickstarter. Well. Oh, and then I was going to talk about Xano, which was like a terrible drone, and... Oh, well, whatever. Whatever. So fucking distracted. This shit was insane. This shit is insane. This is... Wow. Part 2. We'll see. We'll see. My mind is fried. My mind is fried as well. I do really want to see like her interviews with the YouTubers you guys were mentioning. Can I get the Miss Super Chat list? Steven Hunter, thank you. Want to do a part 2? I do. There are videos of this woman. Allegedly. Allegedly. Pippa had too much carbon monoxide. The 𝐒𝐤𝐢𝐴 situation is crazy. It really is. It really is. Slope's game room video on 𝐒𝐤𝐢𝐴 has text interview with Molly in the description. Oh, it's just a text interview? It's not like over VC? Background noise, thank you. Super Kino stream regardless. Thank you. Part 2 for Kickstarter or just this lady? Both. Both, honestly. Potato Radio, thank you for the 1337. Bun Appreciator, thank you. Coupon Wood Fund. Simple Dude Edit, thank you. Kickstarter Crap, Pippa Edition. Zachary Wallach, thank you. I've only been scammed once. Background Noise, thank you. Are you about to scam us? Arclight, thank you. I give you my money and you change the world. Demerong, thank you. Kickstarter may be full of dog shit, so let's just give our money to you. Good to see you, Rabbit. Hope you have a great night. Thank you. Skeptical Panda, thank you. I hate when corpos that can self-fund use it. RNG, thank you. Forget Kickstarter. I give my money to VTubers. Dr. Binksy, thank you. Reject Kickstarter. Invest in Pippa. LCDM, thank you for the $2. Gustavo Sasamanita, thank you. Pippa, you're a VTuber. You are basically a walking, breathing, non-stopping, talking version of Kickstarter if you really think about it. What? Legosis, thank you. Kickstarter moves the risk from the business owner to the consumer. True. Oshi Push Phase Extremist. Thank you for the $10. Nervously looks around. Jonathan, thank you for the $2 dues. Arclight, thank you. Use code Pippa for 15% off the new Vibraldo. Ew. Silverdogs, thank you. I must be the only person who was happy with Kickstarter. I backed the System Shock remake and I got it late but good. Hell yeah. Skeptical Panda, thank you. I love tank money up front and not getting anything other than emails for years until I forget I backed the thing. Super Bear, thank you. Insert anime fan on prom night joke here. Furry Kid, thank you. Hey, I remember that game. Did it ever get made? Borb McGorb, thank you. The duality of Inafune is Mighty Number 9. His Magnus Opus, Dead Rising. Sam Pichu, thank you. Why give Kickstarter my money when I can give it to you instead? Well, thank you, thank you. Zero Dono, thank you. KT Inafune designed Zero so he will permanently have positive equity in my eyes. Never touch Mighty number 9, though. Lol. Material, thank you, Pippa. Last week, I'm going to avoid stirring up controversy this year, Pippa. Now, so anyways, here's why Mighty number 9 got called woke. I didn't talk about the Gamergate aspect of it, alright? I deliberately avoided that, and I still presented all of the information correctly. And without invoking any, like, whatever, okay? I just mentioned the fucking facts. And I wasn't, like, not even like a, haha, Gamergate got her, bros. I was good about it. Nobody should have any fucking complaints. Dead Chan, thank you. I only kickstarted 2 things. Exploding Kittens, love the game. And Cube World, a game that died. Oh. Think about it, thank you. It looks like an uncomfortable amount, like Ken Pender's piece. The construction paper stuff? Alcidia, thank you. Stop verified accounts from deleting tweets. Oh, Dino's art. Mr. Yara, thank you. At least Mighty number 9 actually released. Some of us gave money to kickstart Barkley Gaiden 2. I'm not even angry about it, just sad. FC Playthrough, thank you. Fun fact, every single backer is included in the Mighty number 9's credit scroll, including those who didn't fill out the form and just had their numbers listed. The credits go on for literally 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Super Bear, thank you. The whole trailer was... Doesn't our main character look super lame? Just why? Scarlet Sky, thank you. The first trailer feels like one of those things meant to warn you to not make noise during the actual movie. Made to go, thank you. The Kickstarter website takes 30% of the money back. That was something that the devs didn't know, and they basically ran out of money really early in the production. Serendipitous, thank you. This trailer was written by a Redditor. Hell, thank you. Time for Pippa to do 100% run. Background noise, thank you. Looks like the current day ironic humor. Brock Sampson, thank you. Why do they want to make me cry on prom night again? I run, thank you. He's not wrong, but it doesn't make it okay to say. Steven Speck, thank you. I feel like 20X was a better Mega Man clone. Gorgoth, thank you. Hey kids, do you like Mega Man? What about Gunvolt? Then we have just the game for you. Sarah's Kitten, thank you. More like Mighty Letter L, am I right? Alucard Leon, thank you. Beep, 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 beep. It's market requirements to make game appeal to stockholders instead of their audience, like games to movie adaptations. Lion Mex, thank you for the 50 Mexicans. Inafune was the one that pushed Capcom to target their games to the West, though. That's kind of crazy. Fuck him for that, man. Brock Sampson, thank you. ATF killed Mega Man. They couldn't stand the idea of a man with an arm cannon and a dog that wasn't shot. Joe Burns, thank you. If you think about it, the delays, poor project management, crunch, and stress leads to toxic positivity culture that takes its anger out on its customers. Alex Blackfoot, thank you. Stadians. Ash Kaidione, thank you. You can't just put things on a television that's lost technology from the 70s. Killerzilla Volt. Thank you for the $20 dues. I pledged for Indivisible because I was a huge fan of Skullgirls, but my main reason was for the guest characters that were promised to be added, like Shantae and Shovel Knight. None of them were added to the game. Fuck them! Scopeless, thank you. This is pre-Stadia compared to Stadia to this. Mega Silver, thank you. Several scam board and card games on Kickstarter, usually easy to spot where they have no rules and or heavy AI use. Kato Joe, thank you. Hey Pippa, I asked you if you and Papa King could sing me happy birthday on Saturday, but told me to remind you on Tuesday because he was not available. Hold on. I will make you stick around until the end. I'm gonna finish reading super chats because otherwise it might get derailed a bit. Orenji, thank you. I'm leaving this in the super chat list so I don't forget it. Orenji, thank you. Backed Ouya during the KS campaign because small brain. So happy some other small brain bought it years later, not for the full price, of course. Robodoc, thank you. Remember the KFC console? I do not. CPPC Stack, thank you. Can upgrade them to Hall Effect for $10, no drift. And Gentarain, thank you. After my first Joy-Cons died, I did everything to avoid having to use them. Now I use them for VNs and Pokemon. Pro Controller gets everything else. Steven Speck, thank you. In the same vein of failed consoles that crowdfunded, there was an Intellivision Amico. How far Tommy Tallarico has fallen. Amnesiacker, thank you. Planned obsolescence was a mistake. Turn out, thank you. You will learn what Hall Effect controls are also. Sakurablock, thank you. $30 Pro Controller from Pawn Shop. Lamau, I win. Rickman, thank you. It was the straw that broke the camel rup's back. Lesh, thank you. The Switch is their worst console and only sold so well because of children and fanboys, and Pokemon is dead as a franchise for their old fans. The Switch would have been a great console if it only lasted a couple years. That's my personal, like, theory. If they had kept the Switch around for like 3 or 4 years and then like quickly built off of it, I think it would have been fine. But the problem is they tried to take it too far, and it just couldn't keep up. It doesn't feel like it was built to last as long as it has. It's like, they should have taken the DS approach to it, in my opinion, of like, oh, every couple years, like, let's rework things, let's upgrade things, you know? Like, you went from the old brick DS to the DS Lite to the DSi to the 3DS to the 3DS XL to the new 3DS XL. You know, there was an evolution there. I mean, it's the same thing with the Game Boy. There was the Game Boy, and then there was the Game Boy Color, and then there was the Game Boy Advance, and the Game Boy Advance SP. Panification, thank you. And there was also other, like, spin-off ones, like Game Boy Micro and shit, but I don't count those. I can't wait for Moonshine to make the video of I'm a racist clip. The Wii U was a... They fucked up on that one. They had a history of doing upgrades that worked, and the Wii U, they fucked up, and it led them to not doing something that had historically worked. And it's like, bro. Next Angel, thank you. I only got the Switch to play Pokemon Sword and Shield. The Scottish Pokemon trainer memes were the main reason. Daily basis, thank you. The guy who thought, let's just sell them cardboard was an evil genius. Anon, thank you for the $1. Victory Flare, thank you. Labo was out here making TCG cardboard look cheap, if I recall correctly. Spider Dude, thank you. I like making paper crafts like 40k tanks, but never had the urge to buy cardboard for my Labo armor, lol. Restless Hollow, thank you. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure the Switch Pro will be good, lol. Didn't they do that? Switch V1 and OLED? Kind of. So there's the original Switch, and then there's actually an upgraded version of the Switch that a lot of people don't realize exists because I don't think they ever announced it. I don't think they ever announced that the Switch got upgraded, but they quietly upgraded the Switch. So if you have the version of the Switch that was released at launch, you actually have an older version of the Switch. Not just that it's like literally older, but that the new version has like a longer battery life and can run things a little bit better. They also have the Switch Lite. They do, which is kind of just a downgrade. Like I don't think it has any hardware improvements at all. It's just cheaper. It's a more entry-level model. So I don't count that as like a... I don't count that as an upgrade because it's not. It's just a introductory model. Yeah, like the 2DS. And then there was the OLED, but to my knowledge, the OLED was not a direct improvement to anything except for the screen. Like the actual hardware of the Switch did not really change. It was just switching out the screen type. Andrew B, thank you. Link to blog in 𝐒𝐴𝐵𝗽𝗚's channel. Load post long. Is bigger too? Is it bigger? Oh, and it has an Ethernet port. Okay. It has an improved battery life as well. Does it? Switch 2 comes out soon and the hardware is going to be way better. I hope so. I really hope so. Changing to OLED reduced battery consumption, but not by much. Oh, okay. And then thank you. Rip Off Beater 18 plus works crowdfunding, including at least one MLP fan book. Basically, the hardware is the same. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. So, yeah, the Switch has not really had the level of evolution of something like the DS. In my opinion. You know, maybe for some people, like the two different versions of the base model Switch and then the OLED has been enough of an upgrade. The way I personally see it is it's kind of like... I don't know, like the base DS was bulky and clunky and the screen was kind of fucky, and it was very prone to like accidental damage because of like the bottom screen being more weak. And there was shit that you could do to like brick it pretty easily. So the DS Lite comes around and it's a lot more sleek, and if I remember correctly, like the screens are more crisp. It's more solid despite being less bulky. It had a better battery life. And then the DSi comes around and it introduces a camera, and they do remove the GBA port, which sucks, but the screen's even more crisp and it lasts even longer. And if I remember correctly, it was brighter. Maybe it wasn't brighter. Maybe I'm just making that part up. And it had some more apps. It had a lot. It did feel like kind of just a stepping stone into the 3DS, but oh, it also had the eShop. I didn't remember that. Screen on the DSi was also larger. Okay. I remember really liking the DSi. I liked how sleek it was. I liked how the DSi... how it felt. It was a bit more of a matte finish on it. The one that I had anyways. I had like the generic black model. It was more sleek. It was easier to take around with some games and stuff. Oh yeah, it had Flip Note. Flip Note was cool too. And then the 3DS comes out. And it's bulkier than the DSi, and it doesn't have the GBA port, but it does have a much better camera. Still not a great camera, but it does have a better camera. And like the games it runs are fucking insane, and it has a gimmick. It sucks, in my opinion, but I know some people who were impressed by the 3D gimmick of the 3DS. And then the new 3DS, or the 3DS XL comes out, and the screen is way bigger, and it lasts a lot longer, and I loved the 3DS XL. I loved the 3DS XL. I feel like it was like the perfect... like it was a bit big, but like that worked. It was great. I watched Netflix on it. It was a pretty good sized screen. And I didn't feel like cramped when I was playing games that required me to use the touchpad part. It was nice. It was really, really nice. And then the new 3DS XL comes out. And I never actually had one, so I don't know, like from firsthand experience, how much of an upgrade it was, but it looked a lot better. It allegedly had a better battery life. It allegedly had a better screen. It allegedly, like the extra little Joy-Con on it thing, what the joystick, whatever the fuck it's called, the joystick thing. There's like an extra joystick that you can use for playing like Monster Hunter and stuff. Had better 3D also. C-stick. The nub thing. I don't know. I know a lot of people liked it. I never got one, unfortunately. Maybe I should hunt one down. But, analog stick, I call it. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the Switch just hasn't had that level of progression. And maybe I'm not giving it enough time to have that level of progression, but I feel like the Switch is overdue for a proper successor. I don't think the OLED was it. Restless Hollow, thank you. Don't worry, guys. I'm sure the Switch Pro will be good, lol. There's a Highland, thank you. If the Switch 2 can be as powerful as the Steam Deck, then they would be making the real deal. If they can't make 60 FPS at 1080, my god. Well, they're not gonna do that. Chat. Like, if I'm wrong about this, feel free to, like, beat the shit out of me. But I am 99% positive the Switch 2 is not gonna run at 10 FPS, or it's not gonna run at 60 FPS, and it's not gonna be 1080. It's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that powerful. It's not gonna be a competitor to the Steam Deck. They're two different markets. Roland Feliciano, thank you. I can defend Nintendo, but $60 for Donkey Kong Country Returns, a remake from 10 years back. Then they baited with the whole Emio game. Nick the Dick, thank you for the 420. Kind of Pokemon related, but have you played Pal World since the last few updates? I have not. Among all the new areas in Pals, they added pink fire chillets. You can give them cute sweaters too. I do love pink chillet. Next Angel, thank you. I was a PS5 or a PS kid. Xbox didn't have as many JP games, and Nintendo was kitty shit. Also, PlayStation had Spyro. Oh man, I love Spyro. So I am back with PC Gaming Master Race. Roboduck, thank you. Have you tried Monster Hunter Stories games? I have. They're really good. Oyashiro Senpai, thank you. People excuse Pokemon X and Y because they assumed Nintendo would make an HD style Pokemon Coliseum/XD. I think X and Y was just a pretty solid game. I don't think X and Y was perfect, but I feel like it was pretty solid. I would say X and Y was a good game. Sarcastic Madman, thank you. Hideki Kamiya of the then Platinum game, now Clover Studios, said Inafune is more of a businessman than a creator. Fair joke, thank you. I almost donated a Kickstarter for a game called Confederate Express. Creator pocketed the money and wound up squatting in an Airbnb in California. Kristen Braden, thank you. I remember this on Jim Sterling video. Spider Dude, thank you. If I'm not remembering wrong, Inafune supposedly canceled all Mega Man projects in production as he left, creating the Capcom hate and game drought. I would have to see some sources on that one. Not applicable, thank you. Whoops, I threw my money at this rabbit. Whoops, guys. Spider Dude, thank you. Yeah, people throw money at anything. Lol. Also, Nikkei Peak. McClax, thank you. Was like Elvis's manager selling We Hate Elvis buns to people protesting his shows back in the day. Ag0dar, thank you. He was trying for Pokemon Approach Multimedia. Winter, thank you. To bounce off that, more money doesn't ensure a good product, though I do agree they were looking too far ahead. Next Angels, thank you. By the way, there's a tabloid magazine called The Sun, The Possibly Insane, thank you. What if The Sun she was referring to was actually the British tabloid paper and she was getting harassed by a 2-bit sci-fi writer with a grudge? Last Roman, thank you. You don't get it, Pippa. This is a board game of all time. Even the Hyperplasma military is trying to stop it. The game will create God himself. Soon, thank you. The Sun is Soy Red Dwarf. Chad K. Dwarf Stars would never do this. Gabriel Campos, thank you. No, the Church of Scientology was opposed to board games. Goody Bar, thank you. Now, even though Iron is woke now. Drexel, thank you. She's Mistborn. Mr. Spacebar, thank you. I backed the company of Heroes board game, and the CEO/chief designer died around 2012 or 2022, and the brother took the helm. Fingers crossed. I also backed Rivenstone, another board game, and it seemed like the company gave up. Oh, thank you. They should apply to Fates Connect. That way they can talk to the so-called chat, and a fishman will pay them too. True. Chris Collectible, thank you. One of the few things I ever wanted out of life was to be able to hold a job. I was told at the age of 19 I was worthless to the workforce. Jesus Christ. I hope you managed to find not only a job, but a job that you like. Cartoon Foxes, thank you. Thank you, Pippa, for the YouTube-friendly internet insanity. Yeah. Wait, Chris, didn't you just say you got a job recently? I hope it's a good one. Mr. Schnitzel himself, thank you. The sun turned her racist. Where's the high uni, thank you, man? I got lucky in backing in D&D supplement about monster hunting and crafting, huh? It actually shipped with all the goodies and news dice. Scarlet Sky, thank you. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Charlie Spur, thank you. I freaking knew it, Pippa. Disgraceful. Inspired Dude, thank you. Damn, now Kabibis will fund her next project too, Lamau. Also speak your truth, Pippa. Alvin Merkelhopper, thank you. You ain't gonna say anything we don't already know. Shot Jackson, thank you. 2011 gamers, we're gonna give our money to the devs. That'll save gaming from the evil corpos. Turns out the devs were the problem the entire time. Mechanist Golden Year, thank you. What a twist. Kim Kane, thank you. The story should be up there in regards to miracle dev cycles because I didn't know board game creators had to face the fucking sun. Anti-Annihilator, thank you. Yeah, I could give you what you paid for, but $7,000 in my pocket would be a lot more convenient. Uncle Dubbin, thank you. Tuned out for a second to handle something. Glad to see it got even more wild in my absence. Yep. Smokes, thank you. Hi, YouTube and Twitter. No, thank you. Where is all this lore coming from? There has to be something that can explain this. Anti-Annihilator, thank you. I think she traded up on melanin for chlorophyll. She's a green supremacist now. Altamore, thank you. Every paragraph is like a new adventure. It really is. Inferno Saxon, thank you. I remember a Kickstarter that succeeded. Trench Crusade. Alt History First World War with 17-foot-tall paladins that ate cloned flesh and blood of JC. Good night. What the fuck? Haze Rock, thank you. Fuck a tree. I got my Navy issued plasma beam. Charlie Spur, thank you. It's all the sun's fault. It made the plants grow. Big Bad Beer, thank you. Big Sun has poisoned this person and has made them a schizo and a racist and not at the same time. Yeah, it's all very confusing. Jonathan Perry, thank you. She does sound a little eccentric. Mr. Spacebar, thank you. Perfect phase higher. King Droid, thank you. The sun is blinding us from the DeviantArt. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 reduce. Hellbird, thank you. Starting to think she wasn't faking being schizo. Chiba, thank you. This JoJo villain would get destroyed by Hammond. Adrenal Storm, thank you. So you're saying racism is powering solar energy? Bro, I ain't saying any of that. She's the one saying shit, and I don't know what she's saying. Gabrielle Campos, thank you. Takes a schizo to know a schizo. No. Ika, thank you. I did not have sexual relationships with that celestial body. Kurgan, thank you. So Slopes Game Room did a video about this. It has a text interview. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Pure Cinema. Sonari, thank you. Tanaman, thank you. Define say so. I'm say so. Ben Man vibing, thank you. Hearing the word melon and hoarder felt like learning a new racist shout from Skyrim. Ashkai Juni, thank you. Want to be a plant? Stick her outside. Let her make oxygen instead of waste it. Skeptical Panda, thank you. I wish our Navy luck in its anti-Molly operations. Big Little Mouse, thank you. How to reduce racism. Hate space aliens. Oh, God. Oh, God. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on here, chat. Oh my god. I think Molly needs help. I think Molly has a lot of issues. And I'd like to make it 100% clear. And you can clip this, so if anybody does take this shit out of context, you can reply with this in rebuttal. I do not endorse that anything that Molly said. Okay, I am reading all of her schizo rantings and very critical of it. Okay? We should not kill black people. We should not do like any of the shit that she's talking about. Okay? That's bad. Watch the stream. Oh, God. Sad that it needs to be explained. It is sad that it needs to be explained, but people are fucking crazy. People are crazy just like Molly. Yeah, we do not endorse cannibalism. Arclight, thank you. No. Alright. Let's see. Hold on. One moment. How much cannibalism is okay? No cannibalism. You cannot be cannibalistic. Our landlord's still fair game. No. Burritos, thank you. I lost myself for a moment during all of it. Is the sun good or bad? I don't know. I don't know, dude. I have no idea. I drank an entire can of Monster Energy drink. And I do not feel great after doing it. Carbon good, sun bad, I think. I don't know. I think she's kind of like... I think she's kind of neutral to the sun. No alcohol. No alcohol today. What? Jesus Christ. Alright. Come here.
What's up, chat?
Alright, so we're gonna sing 𝐏𝐸𝐿 a happy birthday, okay?
Who?
𝐏𝐸𝐿.
𝐏𝐸𝐸𝐿?
𝐏𝐸𝐸𝐿.
Okay, can I leave that part out and you just say that part? 𝐏𝐸𝐿.
Yeah.
𝐏𝐸𝐿.
Yeah. Alright, ready?
Alright.
Happy birthday, 𝐏𝐸𝐸𝐿.
Oh, 𝐏𝐸𝐿.
Happy birthday to 𝐏𝐸𝐿. Happy birthday to 𝐏𝐸𝐿. Sing it!
𝐏𝐸𝐿.
Happy birthday to you. Okay, you can go away now.
Fine. Happy New Year!
Woo! that's everybody who stuck around. Bonus, not just Keitojo. All right. All right. I'm gonna end the stream off. That was fun. That was an adventure. Ashelia Rinkou, thank you. Happy New Year, Dad. Oh my God. I'm sending you guys off now. Oh, too cringe! All background noise, thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Kragan, thank you. Peppy, you missed my super chat. Molly is a guy. Molly said they're intersex. So I don't know what that means. Molly says they're a girl, so I'm just going off of what they say. I don't care. I don't care what they are. None of my fucking business. Oh, too cringe! Tilde fluffles away, Tilde! Tilde fluffles away, Tilde! Tilde fluffles away, Tilde!
Problems left waiting. What the hell is 𝐒𝐵𝗽𝗶𝗽 eating? Marmot spam, those chatters go ham. This super chats when will 𝐒𝐵𝗽𝗶𝗽𝗃 come back? We hope you enjoyed your stay. Your favorite streamers live. So today she'll be offline. 𝐒𝐵𝗽𝗶𝗽, we'll see you again soon. Leave a like and bob to the outro tune. Next stream we'll argue and laugh. Next stream we'll have a blast. Stick around to see who 𝐒𝐵𝗽𝗶𝗽. Read the chat rules and say, hey dude. We'll stream again soon, come back again. And remember us when you hit message.